The snow fell in slow, deliberate veils, drifting down through the remnants of King's Landing. Smoke coiled from shattered houses and the scorched domes of temples, but in the Red Keep's highest tower the world was hushed. The air was a sharp wine, bitter as it entered the lungs, but carrying with it a faint note of cleansing, as though the city were being washed of its sins by the hand of winter itself. Daenerys Targaryen stood in the shattered window arch, her silver hair brushing her jaw in the cold wind. The city sprawled beneath her, blackened and broken, a field of ruin and grief. Her hands were curled on the stone, knuckles white, the cold gnawing up her arms. In the silence, she felt the weight of everything: blood and fire, hope and betrayal, love and loss. She had won, but victory had no savor. She watched the snow gather on the ashen stones, on the dragon's shadow stretching from the courtyard below, and wondered if this was what homecoming tasted like. Ashes and silence and sorrow. Behind her, footsteps approached, slow but unafraid, each step echoing in the cavernous hall. She did not turn, but the sound was enough, a presence she had come to know in darkness and light. Jon Snow stepped to her side, his cloak stiff with frost, black hair falling across a face drawn by fatigue and doubt. He looked not at the city, but at her, as if searching for some sign of the girl he had loved and the queen she had become. Neither spoke. In the distance, the sun's edge burned low and blood-red behind thick clouds, a dying ember above the broken city. At last, Daenerys' voice broke the hush, quiet as falling snow. "It is done." Jon's hand brushed her shoulder, gentle and uncertain. "Is it?" Her laughter, when it came, was a rough, bitter thing. "We are alone in a city of corpses. What is left, Jon?" He followed her gaze, eyes tracing the blackened sprawl below. "There are people, Daenerys. Survivors. They will need us. Us." She turned, searching his face for accusation, for blame, for the old pain she had grown so used to. But Jon only held her gaze, steady and mournful. "Yes. Us. If we mean to break the wheel, if you still believe in that dream, it must be us. Together. Nan. Danspay. Shunlum." She drew a shaky breath, uncertain if she wished to weep or to scream. She had come so far, ridden across oceans, lost friends and kin, bled for her birthright, taken it with fire and fear. Yet in Jon's eyes she saw no judgment, only the bleak understanding of one who had killed for duty and regretted every wound. He offered her a hand, not as subject to sovereign, but as a partner, an equal. And with that gesture, the weight shifted. She placed her fingers in his, their hands cold. As they closed together, they left the ruined tower and made their way down the spine of the Red Keep. Grey Worm stood at the head of the Unsullied, his face a mask of wrath and loyalty. The darky waited outside, blades dripping red, their victory roars dulled to mutters in the cold. Jon met their eyes and Daenerys stepped forward, her back straight, chin high, dragon's shadow cast long behind her. "Enough blood," Jon said. His voice, raw as gravel, rang out across the courtyard. The wind swept the last flames from the shattered gates, leaving only the snow and ash. Grey Worm's jaw flexed, and for a heartbeat the old hunger for vengeance flickered in his gaze. "They killed Missandei. They killed children." Daenerys' voice was the steel of command, but softer now. "And so many more will die if we do not stop. The city is broken. The great game, the old game, is done. No more." A hush fell, heavy and uncertain, the Unsullied searching her face for a sign. The Dothraki circled, blades lowered but eyes restless, always hungry for the next fight. Daenerys lifted her chin. "Tell your men, Grey Worm. Lay down arms. Let the city heal. We will give justice, not vengeance. Mercy, not fear." "Menandawars." Grey Worm hesitated. For a long, tight moment, Daenerys saw the war within him, the struggle between loyalty to his queen and the rage that had carried him across seas. Jon waited, silent as stone. At last, Grey Worm knelt. "For you, my queen. For the blood of my brothers." Daenerys touched his shoulder, her voice a whisper meant for him alone. We will build a world worthy of their sacrifice." Jon watched, his eyes unreadable. Through the city's ruined streets, word spread that the queen had called an end to killing. Small folk crept from cellars and hidden rooms, dragging wounded kin, searching for water, for food, for any hope the nightmare was finished. The bells rang out again, not in surrender but in mourning, their dull peals rising over the hush of new snow. In the throne room, beneath the shattered dome, Daenerys and Jon stood together. The Iron Throne, once a monstrous thing of twisted swords, was nothing but slag and smoke, melted by dragon fire, its silhouette a dark wound in the heart of the hall. Varys' letters had gone forth like ravens in the dark, and soon the lords and ladies of the realm came crawling from the wreckage of their ambitions. Sansa Stark arrived first, cloaked in gray and crowned in frost, her eyes wary and proud. Arya ghosted at her shoulder, silent and sharp, gaze flickering from Daenerys to Jon and back again. Davos and Tyrion came next, the Onion Knight battered but unbowed, the imp weary and watchful, chains gone from his wrists. In the great hall, the survivors of the great houses gathered. Gendry of House Baratheon, Sir Brienne of Tarth, Samwell Tarly, and more, each carrying the marks of war and loss. There was no laughter, no feast. Only the low hum of anxious voices and the scrape of boots on stone. The city was broken, but a breath of hope wound through the chill air. Daenerys faced them all, the weight of every death etched in her bearing. Jon stood at her side, his hand never far from Longclaw, his eyes haunted but steady. The lords began to speak, of law, of right, of the crimes of war. Sansa's voice was the first to cut through the murmur. The North will not kneel again. We have seen what kings and queens bring, suffering and blood. What do you offer us, Daenerys Stormborn? What does Jon Snow offer? Daenerys did not flinch. No more games, no more thrones of swords. I offer peace, if you will accept it. A council of the realm, chosen by the great houses to guide us. Let the North be free, if that is your wish. But let us end this cycle of war and betrayal. Sansa's eyes narrowed. And the Iron Throne? What of it? Jon's voice was quiet, but it filled the hall. The throne is gone, melted by dragon fire. Let it stay gone. We will lead together, not as king and queen above all, but as equals with the council's guidance. No more Targaryen madness, no more Lannister schemes. A ripple of shock passed through the lords. Tyrion's lips quirked in a crooked smile. Perhaps we have all had enough of kings and queens for one lifetime. Davos' voice was gruff, warm as hearthfire. A council then, chosen by the lords and ladies, but with you two to guide us. I'll drink to that, though I'll need a better cup than this. Laughter, thin and strained, but laughter nonetheless. Daenerys let herself breathe. For the first time since her brother's death, she felt the sharp edge of hope cut through the haze of grief. Arya's voice, clear and cold as steel, broke the moment. There will be those who plot against you. Always. The game never truly ends. Jon met her gaze, dark and unyielding. Then let them come. We are not alone. Nemdawanchi. The hall emptied in slow waves, each lord and lady offering cautious fealty, each pledging a soldier, a harvest, a word of support. Outside, the city's bells tolled for the dead. Inside, hope flared, fragile as the dawn. When the last of the great lords had departed, Jon and Daenerys found themselves alone in the shattered throne room. Drogon waited in the courtyard below, wings curled over the ashen stones, his golden eyes reflecting the candlelight within. Daenerys touched Jon's hand, her voice trembling. What if it is not enough? What if they cannot forgive me? Jon's thumb traced the bones of her wrist. Then we earn their forgiveness. Every day, we build something new, not for power, but for peace, for all those lost. She leaned into him, the closeness a balm against the chill. For a moment, they were only two survivors, wounded by the world, seeking solace in each other. Beyond the broken walls, a new day crept over the city, the sun climbing slow and reluctant behind the clouds. From every corner of King's Landing, people emerged, blinking into the pale light, searching for something left to believe in. In the days that followed, the great council gathered, every lord and lady called to bear witness. The Unsullied formed the city's new guard, their swords turned to defense, not vengeance. The Dothraki were given lands to farm beyond the Blackwater, their horses grazing in fields that once ran red with blood. The great bell towers rang not for surrender but for union, and slowly, carefully, life returned to the streets. Jon and Daenerys moved through the city each day, meeting the people, listening to the broken, the hungry, the lost. They stood together, no longer king and queen on high, but leaders among their people, present and vulnerable. In the gardens of the Red Keep, Daenerys met with Sansa beneath a bough of winter roses. The two women sat in silence for a long while, the old rivalry a ghost between them. At last, Sansa spoke, voice soft but steady. "You could have burned us all. You could have ruled by fear. Why didn't you?" Daenerys' answer was a whisper. "Because fear is what broke this world. I have lost enough to it." Sansa nodded, accepting the words for now. "If you break your word, the North will rise again." "Then I will never give you cause," Daenerys promised, and Sansa inclined her head, a queen's respect given at last. That night, as the city's fires faded and the stars crept out, Jon and Daenerys climbed the highest tower of the keep. The city glimmered below, scarred but alive. Jon held her close, their breath mingling in the frost. "It will be hard," he said, voice rough with hope and fear. "It will be worth it," she answered. In the east, the first dawn broke through the clouds, and for the first time in a lifetime, King's Landing began to dream of peace. Ah, Hyundai. The gentle chime of bells drifted through the pre-dawn quiet, the sound rolling across rooftops still dusted with ash and rimed with frost. King's Landing was not a city at peace. Scarred towers and burned-out shells bore silent witness to fire and vengeance. But the streets no longer trembled beneath the beat of war horses, or echoed with the weeping of the newly bereaved. For the first time in memory, people lingered on doorsteps, watching the slow unfurling of morning as if half afraid it might be snatched away, an illusion of peace too fragile to trust. In the grand courtyard beneath the ruined Red Keep, 1,000 candles flickered, staked in shallow iron bowls and set along broken walls. The city's faithful had brought them, old women in tattered shawls, young boys with burned hands, silent men who had lost families, friends, futures. It was a wordless prayer for the dead, for the fallen, for the future. Jon moved quietly among them, his boots crunching on stray slivers of glass and frozen mud. He offered no words. Instead, he crouched beside a child arranging a circle of candles around a scorched wooden toy, and together they relit the wicks as the wind snuffed them one by one. Daenerys watched from the shadows at the edge of the courtyard, her eyes ringed with the exhaustion of queens who sleep lightly and dream of fire. She wore no crown, no embroidered finery, only a plain blue cloak and boots caked with city filth. Yet as the gathered mourners caught sight of her, they bowed their heads and pressed hands to hearts. Some murmured, "Your Grace." Some whispered, "Mother of Dragons." But more than a few called her the Breaker of Chains, and Daenerys felt the old pride mingle with shame and hope. She nodded to each, her smile small and unsure, but she forced herself to look at their faces, to see every wound her victory had wrought. Behind her, Grey Worm paced, never at ease, a shadow with a sword. His Unsullied stood in silent rows, armor dulled by soot, spears glinting dully as the sky pinked above. He kept a watchful eye on the queen, mistrust etched in every line of his body. Jon's presence at her side did little to thaw the tension. Old wounds still bled beneath the surface. Deaths not yet avenged, debts not yet forgiven. But for now, a truce held, bound by the queen's command and Jon's silent authority. Tyrion arrived with the sun, shuffling through the courtyard with the air of a man who had not slept. His hair uncombed, his eyes shadowed and red-rimmed. The people made way for him, uncertain whether to honor him as a savior or curse him as a kinslayer. Tyrion bore their stares without flinching, stopping only to kneel beside an old washerwoman whose house had burned in the battle. He pressed a silver stag into her hand and murmured something lost to the wind. The woman wept, clutching his fingers, and Tyrion bowed his head in apology for every wrong he could not set right. "Your Grace," he said softly as he reached Daenerys. "The lords are gathering in the hall. They're impatient. It's the one thing they know how to do well." Daenerys smiled, tired but grateful. "Let them wait, for today the city comes first." Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Mercy and politics all in one breath. If only Cersei could see you now." "She can't," Daenerys answered, voice flat. "And I will not mourn her." Together, they made their way through the winding halls. Jon at Daenerys' side, Tyrion striding before them, Grey Worm and the Unsullied following close behind. The air within the keep was sharp with cold, and the faint, acrid memory of fire. Here and there, the stone bore the blackened handprint of Drogon's fury, and the once grand tapestries hung torn and grimy in their alcoves. They entered the great hall to find a sea of eyes waiting, lords in furs and silks, knights in battered mail, women in mourning black or widows' veils. At the head of the gathering, Sansa Stark stood beside Arya, her gaze steady and proud, her features carved in ice and iron. Gendry Baratheon leaned against a broken pillar, Brienne of Tarth at his shoulder, her hand never straying far from her sword. Davos and Samwell sat together, their heads bent in quiet counsel. Sam rose as Daenerys approached, his broad face breaking into a nervous smile. "Your Graces, we've been speaking. The lords are uneasy. They want assurances of peace, of law, of food, of justice." He hesitated, voice trembling with the burden of too much responsibility. "Many are afraid." Jon rested a hand on Sam's shoulder. "So are we, Sam. But we will not let fear rule us. Not now." A hush fell as Daenerys moved to the center of the hall. She looked at the faces before her, each one a tangled knot of hope and resentment, loyalty and fear. When she spoke, her voice was clear, carrying to every shadowed corner. "We cannot undo what has been done, but we can choose what comes next. The Iron Throne is gone. Let it remain so. We will not rule through fear nor by fire. Together, Jon and I will build a council of all the great houses, and each of you shall have a voice in what is to come. We will feed the hungry, shelter the homeless, and make whole those who have lost." Daenerys. Sansa's eyes never left Daenerys. "And if the lords do not agree, will you burn us too?" A cold silence, sharp as steel. "No," Jon said. "There will be no more burning, no more slaughter. If the lords refuse peace, they'll answer to us, by law, not by sword. We have all lost too much to go back to the old ways." Nis. A ripple of uneasy approval traveled through the assembly. Tyrion cleared his throat, stepping forward. "To ensure the council's voice is heard, let each house send a representative. The North, the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the Crownlands. All shall have a seat. The Queen and King shall preside, but no decree shall pass without the council's consent." A young lord, skinny and pale, the new Lord Rowan, raised his hand. "And what of the North? Lady Sansa demands its independence." "Miss Tyrion." All eyes turned to Sansa, who met Daenerys' gaze unflinching. "The North will stand with the realm in peace, but we will not kneel again. Our word is our bond." Daenerys nodded, swallowing pride and old grievance. "So be it. The North is free. But let us work together as allies, not foes." A murmur of approval, some grudging, some genuine, rolled through the hall. Davos thumped the butt of his staff against the floor, a signal of assent from the Stormlands. Gendry nodded, and Brienne's steady gaze spoke for Tarth. From the shadows, Sam's father, Randyll Tarly, glowered but said nothing. Slowly, the tension in the room ebbed, replaced by the wary hush of new beginnings. As the council adjourned, Jon and Daenerys lingered at the foot of the dais, taking petitions from the small folk, requests for food, for repairs, for news of lost kin. They listened, made promises, sent Tyrion and Davos to oversee the work. Grey Worm maintained the guard, his men posted at every gate, their discipline unwavering. As days slipped into weeks, the rhythm of the city shifted. Daenerys spent her mornings riding through the markets with Arya and Sansa, meeting the fishwives and bakers, listening to their tales of survival and grief. At her command, granaries were opened, storehouses inventoried, and the wealth of the Red Keep poured into the streets. Bread and cheese, winter apples and salted fish, bolts of wool and cloth. The Unsullied distributed food, the Dothraki rebuilt walls and cleared debris, their energy bent toward creation for the first time in memory. In the evenings, Jon walked the ramparts with Brienne, conferring quietly about the defense of the city. He spent long hours in the armory with Gendry, mending weapons, forging new blades for the city guard. He trained young boys and girls who had lost their fathers and mothers in battle, teaching them the sword not for war, but for protection. Tyrion became master of the council, his wit and cynicism a balm to fractious lords, his clever tongue smoothing disputes that might otherwise have led to violence. He drafted laws with Samwell, edicts for land reform, for trade, for the protection of the weak. Together, they summoned maesters from Old Town, inviting the learned to build new schools, new hospitals, new gardens. Davos oversaw the docks, his weathered hands coaxing trade from distant ports. He welcomed ships from Braavos, from Pentos, from Old Volantis, each bearing food and timber and skilled craftsmen. Gold flowed from the treasury, but for once, it was spent on healing rather than destruction. Not all was smooth. The shadows of the old game lingered. Lords who grumbled in their cups, whispered rumors of dragons and madness, sought alliances in the dark. Twice, assassins were caught at the city gates, knives concealed beneath merchants' robes. Daenerys faced them with cold calm, sentencing them not to death, but to labor among the wounded, tending the dying in the city's crowded infirmaries. Some found purpose. Some escaped, carrying tales of mercy and resolve to distant corners of the realm. At night, Daenerys and Jon met in their private chambers, their walls hung with maps and letters, their table littered with scrolls and inkpots. They spoke in hushed tones, of past regrets, of future plans, of the fragile hope that bound them together. Some nights, the weight of loss pressed too hard, and Daenerys wept for Missandei, for Jorah, for Rhaegal. Jon held her in silence, his own grief a silent river that sometimes threatened to overflow. But there were moments of joy too. The first laughter of children playing in the rebuilt streets, the roar of approval as a merchant unveiled a new market square, draped in the banners of Targaryen, Stark, Baratheon, and Tyrell. The gentle thrum of music in the taverns as bards spun songs of dragons and wolves, of queens and kings who had chosen mercy over fire. Spring crept slowly into the city, snow melting from rooftops, crocuses pushing up through the blackened earth. In the Godswood, what remained of it, Jon planted new saplings, their roots tangled with the old. Daenerys knelt beside him, her hands buried in the cool, living dirt. One morning, Arya found Daenerys walking alone by the river, her boots soaked, her eyes distant. "You look as though you might run away," Arya said, her voice low and amused. Daenerys managed a wan smile. "Would you stop me?" "No, 10. I just follow. You're not the only one who dreams of something more." "Nee." They walked in silence, the river glinting beside them. "Do you regret it?" Arya asked. "Not burning at all?" Daenerys considered. "I regret what I did. I will always regret that. But no, this, what we are building now, this I do not regret." Arya nodded, her gaze distant, fixed on the horizon. "There will always be enemies, always be another game. We'll face them together," Daenerys said, and Arya's smile, sharp and secretive, was answer enough. Elsewhere, Sansa knelt at the foot of a great carved chair in the north, her hand resting on the direwolf's head. Messengers from King's Landing arrived daily, bearing letters from Daenerys, reports of the city's healing, invitations to send northern merchants, requests for counsel. Sansa answered each with care, her advice cool but honest. She sent furs and grain, builders and healers, and in return received shipments of glass and wine, spices and olive oil. The North and South, for the first time in generations, were bound not by war, but by the slow, patient work of peace. The council met every fortnight in the Red Keep, lords and ladies gathering around a great circular table carved from the last remnants of the weirwood throne. They debated laws, planned festivals, argued over borders and taxes, but always came back to the same refrain. Never again would the will of one outweigh the needs of the many. One afternoon, as the council broke, Tyrion lingered beside Jon, watching the dusk settle over the city. "Do you believe it, Jon, that we can end the game?" Jon followed Tyrion's gaze, watching crows wheel above the rooftops. "I don't know, but I know we must try." "Mr. Min," Tyrion snorted, but the smile in his eyes was genuine. "That's the trick, isn't it? To keep trying even when we fail." Jon nodded, his jaw set. "Especially then." Daenerys watched them from the doorway, the laughter and the quiet resolve, and felt a strange lightness in her chest, a hope that fluttered, uncertain but alive. That night, as the city slumbered, Jon and Daenerys stood atop the highest tower. The world spread beneath them like a patchwork of fireflies. Drogon soared above, his wings catching the starlight, a living shadow against the endless sky. "We did it," Jon whispered, as if afraid the words would shatter the peace. "We did it," Daenerys echoed and took his hand in hers. Far below, the bells of the city chimed the hour, and the world for a moment was still. Gendijande. Beneath the pale hush of moonlight, King's Landing exhaled at last. Winter's grip loosened its hold as each day grew longer, though the city's wounds would take seasons to mend. Still, hope took root between charred stones and new timbers, rising in quiet defiance of memory. The skyline, once jagged with flame and ruin, now shimmered with scaffolds, hammers, and the laughter of children chasing each other beneath fluttering banners. Daenerys awoke early, drawn by old habits and unrest. She crossed her chambers in silence, bare feet whispering on cold flagstones, pausing by the narrow window to watch the river shimmer in the false dawn. Her reflection in the glass was unfamiliar. Softer, yes, but marked by loss. She pressed a palm to her stomach, the old ache returning, grief for Rhaegal, for Missandei, for so many dreams left unfulfilled. Her other hand closed over the locket that Jon had pressed into her palm days after the battle, a small token wrought of weirwood and gold. She clung to it a moment, then let it fall, its weight a reminder to live in the present. The city roused itself as the first carts creaked through the gates. Market stalls bloomed beneath the shattered statues, bright awnings casting pools of color on worn cobblestones. Fishmongers sang out their wares. Bakers emerged from the heat of their ovens with arms full of bread. Soot-stained builders passed jugs of ale, sweat, and laughter mingling as new walls rose. Jon rode through the market at dawn, Ghost loping at his stirrup, pausing to accept a crust of bread from a sooty-faced girl. Her laughter was unguarded, full of a trust he did not know how to bear. He gave her his thanks, ruffling her hair, and she darted off into the morning crowd, already calling her friends to boast of her good fortune. Davos met him by the eastern gate, face weathered, eyes bright with pride and fatigue. "We've cleared the last of the rubble from the Blackwater," Davos reported, drawing a rough map in the dust. "Ships from Old Town are bringing timber tomorrow. Gendry's men are ready to start the docks anew." Jon nodded. "And the food stores?" "Half full and rising. The Queen's Council has seen to it. Sam and Lord Royce have every ledger squared away, and Sansa's ships from White Harbor are due within a fortnight." Davos grinned, the lines at his eyes deepening. "Never thought I'd see such trade in peacetime." Jon allowed himself a small smile. "We'll keep it that way." The morning passed in a haze of duty. Jon toured the training grounds, correcting the stance of a nervous young recruit, pausing to offer counsel to Brienne as she drilled a line of would-be knights. He knelt beside a fallen sparring partner, offering water and a word of encouragement. The city guard watched him with wary respect. Old resentments softened by months of steady leadership, and the promise that their swords would serve the city, not a single ruler's whims. In the council chamber, the heart of the new realm beat with a cautious vigor. The table was crowded. Sansa and Arya, fresh from a week in the north, taking their seats alongside Tyrion, Samwell, Davos, and Gendry. Ser Brienne, Ser Podrick and Grey Worm stood near the walls, the latter's gaze fixed on Daenerys as she entered, regal yet unadorned. Tyrion rose first. Grain from the Reach has doubled. Lady Olenna's kin have honored the alliance, though the new lord sends sharp words. I reminded him dragons can fly far, but queens prefer peace. A ripple of laughter passed around the table. Daenerys smiled, settling into her chair. Let him keep his barbs, so long as the grain flows. Arya, restless, swung a leg beneath the table. The Riverlands report bandits, old Frey loyalists stirring trouble. I could go and see them sorted. Sansa shook her head. No, Arya, we have sent knights and food. The river lords must learn to manage their own. Arya rolled her eyes, but Daenerys caught her gaze and offered a nod. We do not want the crown to become the only sword in the land. If the council agrees, I'll send word to Lady Wend and Lord Blackwood to resolve the disputes themselves. Offer them support, not rule. Nesmerul. Jon agreed. Let the people see that peace is earned by many hands. If we ride out at every alarm, the lords will never trust their own strength. Samwell cleared his throat. A delegation from the Citadel arrives this week. They wish to discuss the establishment of new schools and hospitals. I propose we grant them land within the city. Tyrion grinned. Maesters and dragons, what could go wrong? Daenerys listened, heart swelling with pride and gratitude. For all the pain and doubt, she had not been alone. Each voice at this table had shaped the new order, not by force, but by argument, wisdom, and the stubborn refusal to yield to despair. She glanced at Jon, who caught her eye and smiled. A rare, private thing. The day wore on in a haze of deliberation and decision. By noon, the bells rang for the midday meal, and Daenerys found herself walking the terraces above the garden, the sun warming her skin for the first time in weeks. She paused to watch Arya spar with Podrick in the shade. Her movements a blur of grace and economy. Podrick's laughter bright as he stumbled, bested yet again. Sansa sat nearby, embroidery in hand, her eyes flickering between her sister and the horizon, mind always half a kingdom away. Daenerys joined her, sinking into the grass. The North will soon be its own realm in truth, if you keep sending so many ships. Sansa smiled, not unkindly. The North is stubborn, but it is safer now than ever. There is time for peace to grow, even there. And you? Daenerys asked quietly. Have you found peace? Sansa was silent a long moment. It is slow. Grief lingers. But hope grows too. And you, your grace? Are you happy? Daenerys considered, feeling the weight and the warmth in equal measure. Not always, but more than I ever was. Sansa's hand brushed hers, a rare moment of kinship. That is enough, I think. Below, Arya called out a challenge and Podrick stumbled back, laughing, the sword tumbling from his hand. The sound echoed up through the gardens, light as spring rain. Later, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Jon found Daenerys in the Godswood. She knelt by a sapling, fingers tracing the pale bark. Ghost padded near, his red eyes soft, tail brushing the grass. Another new tree? Jon asked, crouching beside her. She smiled, wiping dirt from her cheek. For each child lost, a tree planted. It is not enough, but it is something. Jon nodded, pressing his hand over hers. You've done more good than you know. The people see it. They trust you. She searched his face for doubt, for the old fears. And you? He hesitated, but his voice was gentle. I trust you. I always have. Night settled, quiet and cold. In the lantern-lit corridors, Daenerys met Tyrion as he wandered, a flagon of wine in hand. He offered her a cup, and together they sat beneath a shattered archway overlooking the city. You see, Your Grace, Tyrion said, voice softer than usual. The city mends because you allow it. You listen. Few rulers have ever truly done that. Daenerys sipped her wine, eyes on the starlit river. Listening is not always enough. I worry about old loyalties, secret enemies. There are those who still see only a Targaryen conqueror. Tyrion shrugged. Let them grumble. In time, the songs will outnumber the complaints. The small folk love you. It's the lords you must watch. In our. Daenerys nodded. The game never truly ends, does it? Tyrion smiled, lifting his cup. Perhaps not. But it has changed, and you and Jon are the reason. The city's new heart beat on through the night. Taverns filled with music and the murmur of stories. The guards made their rounds, finding fewer quarrels, fewer blades in the dark. In 100 little ways, trust grew. Between neighbor and neighbor, between city and crown. Across the sea, old enemies watched with wary eyes. Ravens flew from Sunspear to the Wall, carrying tidings of peace and rumor of rebirth. The Iron Bank sent envoys, their ledgers hopeful at the prospect of steady commerce. In the east, word spread that the Dragon Queen ruled not with fire, but with mercy. Within the Red Keep, Jon and Daenerys faced a different battle. As winter faded, the prospect of heirs became a quiet, pressing topic. Counselors offered advice. Maesters whispered remedies, but the truth was delicate, bound up in the wounds of the past. Daenerys shared her fears with Jon, tears falling in the hush of their chambers. Jon comforted her as best he could, pressing a kiss to her brow. "We have each other," he said. "That's enough." Some nights, the ghosts returned. Jon dreamed of the Wall, of old brothers lost. Daenerys saw herself riding Drogon through fire, her heart aching for the ones left behind. But together they faced each dawn, choosing hope over regret. One morning, Arya announced she would leave again, restless as ever. There's talk of unrest in the Stepstones. Pirates, old lords chasing lost crowns. I'll see what I can learn. Sansa tried to persuade her to stay, but Arya only smiled. I'm not meant to sit still, Sansa. Not yet. I'll return when you least expect me. Daenerys embraced her, feeling the fierce, wild loyalty in Arya's bones. Go with my blessing. Return safe. Arya nodded, vanishing into the morning mist, her name a promise trailing behind her. Spring gave way to early summer. Wheat rippled in fields beyond the city, and new ships arrived daily, flags bright against the sky. In the square, the first festival since the war was held. Musicians played and the people danced. Jon and Daenerys walked among them, unguarded, hand in hand. A baker pressed a sweet roll into Jon's palm. Daenerys smiled as a little boy offered her a daisy, his fingers sticky with honey. At the end of the day, they climbed the highest hill. The city spread golden beneath the setting sun. Jon drew Daenerys close, her head resting on his chest, his arm around her shoulders. We did this, he murmured. Not alone, but together. Daenerys tilted her face to his. It will never be easy. Jon kissed her softly. Nothing worth doing ever is. The bells of King's Landing rang out, bright and clear. Across the land, people lifted their heads and listened. Some with hope, some with envy, some with the first stirrings of faith in a world remade not by conquest, but by unity. Beneath the rising moon, Daenerys and Jon watched the lights of the city. Each one a story, a future, a life returned. The game was not ended, perhaps, but it had been changed. And as long as they ruled together, there would be hope. In Ka, Niadi and Hal. Even as the summer lengthened and the shadows grew softer, the echoes of war refused to vanish entirely. Old wounds needed tending. Grievances required careful healing. The Red Keep, still a scarred skeleton rising over the city, became a living heart of negotiation, reconciliation, and unceasing labor. Its halls bustled with visitors from every corner of Westeros. Some sought justice, others mercy, and a few came with the old ambitions glinting in their eyes. Daenerys paced the solar before dawn, watching the embers in the hearth, her mind swirling with worries she rarely voiced aloud. The council had resolved the issue of the bandits in the Riverlands by appointing new judges, common-born men and women, seasoned by hardship, trusted by their neighbors rather than beholden to distant lord. The experiment was bold, even reckless, and word of it traveled quickly. Sansa sent letters of approval. Selyse Florent in the Stormlands denounced it as madness. The maesters dispatched envoys to observe. Tyrion only grinned, certain that chaos would birth some new order. Jon arrived before the first bell, his hair damp from the morning's training, sword slung across his back. He had insisted on drilling with the city's defenders each dawn. He said it kept him honest, and the guards looked to him as they might an older brother, wary yet loyal. He joined Daenerys by the window, arms folding over her shoulders. For a moment, the world was reduced to warmth and quiet breath, the steady comfort of shared burden. "I keep expecting a raven," Daenerys confessed. "Word of revolt. Some lord plotting to carve out a kingdom." Jon kissed the side of her head. "Let them plot. We've faced worse than letters and whispers." She turned, arching an eyebrow. "Words have power. I learned that from Tyrion. And from you." "Nah." He smiled, rough and genuine. "Then let us give them new words to carry home. Let them speak of a realm that listens, that feeds its hungry, that heals. The more we do, the harder it will be for the old game to rise again." They descended together into the day's work. The council met in the sun-filled chamber near the godswood, where windows looked out on new saplings and pale, fluttering blossoms. Sam reported on the city's hospitals, now nearly full, but lives were being saved. Tyrion outlined a trade pact with Braavos, then quipped that I'd nearly lost a finger in a counting house accident. Sansa, in her latest letter, urged Daenerys to visit the north, to see the harvests, and reassure her bannermen that the pact between Winterfell and King's Landing held fast. Davos had spent the week in the Stormlands, soothing tempers over the river tolls. "They complain like old fishwives," he said, "but they'll settle for half the gold and a seat at the next council." Gendry, now officially Lord of Storm's End, shrugged and agreed to host a tournament for peace, hoping contests might burn off what prideful tempers couldn't. Daenerys listened, weighing each dispute with patience that sometimes felt like another battle. She remembered her father's stories, how Aerys would order deaths with a whisper, then dance in the ashes of his enemies. She had seen her own shadow threaten the same path, felt the terrible seduction of easy violence. Each time, she looked to Jon, to Tyrion, to Sansa's cool gaze in the letters, and chose a different way. As the council adjourned, Daenerys walked the corridors with Grey Worm at her side. He had changed since the city's liberation. The fire in him banked, his loyalty quiet but unbroken. He watched her with searching eyes. "Queen," he said as they paused by an arched window, "when we leave Westeros, will there be peace here?" Daenerys studied his face. "Do you wish to leave?" He nodded, gaze distant. "The Unsullied are tired. Many wish for Enith, to guard it, to find rest." A pang of sorrow struck her, mingled with gratitude. "You have given more than I could ever repay. When you are ready, you and your brothers will have ships, supplies, and all the gold you need." He bowed his head. "You gave us freedom. That is more than gold." They parted with a touch, solemn as any vow. Daenerys felt the loss already, but knew it was right. The Unsullied were not hers to keep, not anymore. In the city, the small folk held their own councils, assemblies at the foot of Scepter's Hill and in the taverns of Fleabottom. Daenerys sometimes walked among them, veiled and cloaked, listening to their disputes and laughter. She heard the rumors, the fears. Some spoke of the North's stubbornness, others of pirates troubling the narrow sea, but most were concerned with simpler things: bread, roofs, clean water. These things she could fix. At the new hospital, Daenerys met a boy of 7 with a mangled arm, lost to fire in the last battle. He smiled through his pain and taught her a game with stones and chalk. She visited the granaries, watching the new system of rationing enforced without violence, with fairness. When a riot threatened at the docks, Jon himself strode among the workers, calming tempers, promising that every hand willing to work would eat. One evening, a storm broke over the city, thunder rolling over the towers, lightning flashing on the black scales of Drogon as he circled above. Jon found Daenerys on the covered walkways, rain streaming down the pillars. "You're brooding," he said gently. She laughed, startled, So are you. He joined her at the balustrade, letting the wind whip his hair. You miss them, don't you? Your people, your friends? She nodded, tears lost in the rain. Every night. And yet, I cannot turn from what must be done. Jon took her hand, their fingers entwining. Warm and real. We are building something new, Daenerys. They would want this. All of them. When the rain finally eased, the city felt washed clean, as if the world itself had drawn a new breath. A week later, preparations for the Stormlands tournament drew nobles and commoners alike. Knights rode in from Old Town and Gull Town, banners fluttering in the warm breeze. Musicians filled the squares with song. Daenerys and Jon traveled together to Storm's End, greeted by cheers and the thunder of hooves. Gendry met them at the gates, resplendent in new armor, nervous and proud as he introduced them to the crowds. The tournament was a spectacle. Lances shattered, swords clashed, and archers sent arrows singing through the sky. The people roared their approval. But it was the feast that followed, which did more for unity than any contest of arms. Lords and ladies from a dozen houses dined at the same tables as sailors and stonemasons, the boundaries blurring, suspicion giving way to shared laughter. That night, beneath 1,000 lanterns, Daenerys addressed the assembly. We cannot undo the past. But tonight, I see a future where my dragons need not fly for war, but for peace. Let every contest end not in death, but in fellowship. Let us build not just walls, but trust. A cheer rose, heartfelt and lingering. Tyrion caught her eye and raised his goblet, lips quirking with rare sincerity. The next morning, a raven arrived from Winterfell. Sansa's letter was written in her own precise hand. If the Queen would honor us with a visit, the North will open its gates and hearts. The crops flourish, and there is much to show. Yes, say. Daenerys read the words with mixed anticipation and fear. The North had been her greatest challenge, their loyalty hard-won and never unconditional. Jon encouraged her. They'll see what you have done, what we have done. They'll judge with clearer eyes. And so, after careful planning, Daenerys and Jon journeyed north. The ride was long, the road lined with wary eyes and cautious greetings. But as they passed through White Harbor, crowds gathered to see the Queen and King who ruled together. In the villages, they paused to eat at the same tables as the small folk, to listen to their troubles and offer aid. By the time they reached Winterfell, word had spread of their kindness, their willingness to listen. Sansa received them in the Great Hall, her expression reserved but not unkind. Arya was already there, boots muddy from the road, eyes bright with secret amusement. The first meal was awkward, but slowly, the old wounds softened, and laughter returned to the hall. Daenerys toured the fields, met with the healers, listened to tales of wolves and wildlings and northern pride. The heart of winter lingered in the north, but inside the walls of Winterfell, a new warmth grew. Sansa and Daenerys sat together in the Godswood, the old weirwood's face dappled in the sun. You have changed, Sansa said softly, her voice almost a question. So have you, Daenerys answered. We are no longer girls dreaming of thrones. We rule now, and every day I learn that it is the hardest work in the world. Sansa smiled, sad and wise. But you are not alone. None of us are. Before Daenerys departed, the lords of the north gathered in the hall. There was formality, but also genuine respect. When she left, Sansa embraced her. Arya offered a rare kiss to her cheek, and the people cheered as she rode away. Returning south, Daenerys felt a change within herself. A lightening, as if the old burdens were shared at last. The summer waned. In the capital, word came of pirates defeated by joint fleets, the Dornish princes seeking marriage alliances, the Iron Bank offering new loans. The council met, celebrated, argued, and continued the unending labor of peace. One evening, as the last of the sunlight faded from the Red Keep's towers, Jon and Daenerys climbed to the highest balcony. The city glittered below, alive and hopeful. It is not the end, Jon said. There will always be work, always be trouble. Daenerys rested her head on his shoulder. Yes, but we will face it together, and that is what they will remember. Below, the bells chimed the hour, and the world turned, changed, but never finished. always beginning anew. Ikaden. By autumn, the city was green and gold. The ruins of King's Landing receded behind scaffolds and new walls, bright with banners. The streets cleaner and fuller than in any summer since Robert's reign. Gulls wheeled above the restored wharves. Peddlers, nobles, and tradesmen strolled side by side, eyes sharper but shoulders easier. The Red Keep had become a fortress of paper. Charters, missives, records, and new laws stacked in every anteroom and council chamber, the dusty symbols of a world struggling to govern itself. Daenerys passed through the halls at a measured pace. Her steps never hurried. She met with merchants from Lys, priests from Volantis, and blacksmiths from the Crownlands. The fire of her old ambition tempered now with something quieter, more enduring. She let her silence linger after the words of each petitioner. So the council learned to listen as she listened. The effect was subtle but unmistakable. Fewer voices were raised in argument. Tyrion no longer needed to shout for order as often. The business of peace, it seemed, was patient, persistent, and always a little weary. Jon spent his days training new commanders in the guards yard and patrolling the city on horseback. The sight of the king, never crowned, never distant, had become common, even comforting, to the folk of the capital. In the evenings, he and Daenerys met on the ramparts or by their shared hearth, recounting small victories and nursing old wounds that healed, if at all, only in the telling. They rarely spoke of thrones or destinies. There was too much to do in the world as it was. The council sat at its long table in the late afternoon. Gendry, Brienne, and Davos had returned from the Stormlands, Sansa from the north with Arya at her side. Samwell was deep in letters from the Citadel, and Tyrion, now known as the King's Hand, but more often called simply Tyrion, drained his cup and rolled his eyes as disputes dragged into the dusk. A merchant from the west knelt before the table, presenting a rolled tapestry. "For the new hall, your graces, woven by my own daughters, to mark the harvest's return." He unrolled the cloth. A field of gold and green, dotted with red and white blossoms, and in the center, a dragon and a dire wolf lying side by side beneath a weirwood's boughs. Daenerys touched the wool and linen and smiled her gratitude. "We'll hang it in the great hall," Jon said, his voice rough with pleasure. "Let the city see what grows when wolves and dragons lie in peace," Sansa added, her voice cool but sincere. "May we never need to replace it with one of swords and fire," murmured Tyrion, earning a laugh from Gendry and a rare true smile from Brienne. After council, Daenerys walked with Arya through the bustling courtyard, lanterns bobbing overhead. Arya's boots were caked with dust from the road, her expression open and sharp as always. The city's noise did not unsettle her. If anything, Arya seemed to move more lightly among the crowds than among the lords. "You plan to leave again soon," Daenerys said. Not quite a question. Arya grinned. "You can't have peace without knowing what's out there waiting to ruin it. I'll ride for the stepstones. There are whispers of a sellsword king there. Perhaps a pretender, perhaps nothing. I'll find out." Daenerys nodded, sadness stirring, but also respect. "Send word if you need us." Arya shrugged. "I always do." They parted with a clasped hand and a promise. As Arya vanished into the city's veins, Daenerys returned to the keep, passing Tyrion at the gates. "She reminds me of you," Daenerys said. Tyrion snorted. "I should hope not. I'm nowhere near that dangerous." "Nestor." He watched Arya's receding form, eyes thoughtful. "She will keep us honest, or at least awake." That evening Jon found Daenerys on the balcony, her hands curled around a goblet, her gaze on the distant Blackwater. He sat beside her, their knees touching. Silence stretched between them, comfortable and long. "We'll need a new bridge over the Blackwater by spring," Jon said at last. "Traffic from the south is growing, and the old piers won't hold." Daenerys nodded, mind drifting over the city's needs. A new granary in the east, more wells for the hilltop neighborhoods, a levee of lumber from the riverlands. She thought of the lives rebuilt piece by piece, of the children she'd seen laughing in the square, of the sailors drinking in peace by the docks where men had died in droves only a year before. Jon's hand found hers. When do we rest? She laughed, the sound quick and unguarded. When the world stops spinning. He grinned. That may be sooner than you think. A bell tolled in the deep, echoing from the septi. The last of the sunlight faded, and the city's lanterns shivered to life. Letters arrived each dawn. Gendry's report from the Stormlands, Sam's dispatches from Old Town, Arya's brief notes scrawled from distant ports. Sansa's missives, always careful and precise, reported on northern peace and the stubborn independence of her bannermen, but offered steady support. There was no single crisis, no threat of war or rebellion, just the ceaseless tide of life. Famine in one corner, fire in another, a burst of fever in a riverside district. Each was met with a council debate, a plan, and a slow, sometimes faltering response. Tyrion's reforms in the city courts, new laws granting rights to tradesmen, apprentices, and even women, met resistance, but also admiration. The brothels saw fewer knife fights, and for the first time, a woman sat on the city's merchant council. Davos brokered a deal with pirates in the Stepstones, securing free passage for Westerosi grain ships, and came home to find a statue raised to him in the dockside square. A wooden carving, already painted in the colors of onion and salt. Grey Worm's departure was somber. The Unsullied gathered in the harbor, spears tipped with black ribbons. Daenerys and Jon stood at the quay, watching as the first ship slipped downriver for N.E. Grey Worm saluted, and Daenerys returned the gesture, her words caught in her throat. "Go with honor," she managed, her voice unsteady. "May your days be gentle, and your nights free of fear." He bowed once, then turned away. The city watched the fleet sail until the horizon swallowed them, and for days afterward, people spoke of the silent exodus, of freedom dearly bought. The seasons rolled on. New buildings rose on the old ash, each one marked with a sigil, sometimes a dragon, sometimes a direwolf, sometimes both. Daenerys spent more time among the people, walking unguarded through market and alley. She grew adept at learning names and listening. She helped a stonemason patch a broken wall, soothed a fevered child in the sick house, listened to a weeping widow's tale until the words ran dry. She did not forget her old dreams, but they no longer ruled her. Jon visited the wall that winter. He found it changed. A handful of Night's Watch remained, their numbers grown by volunteers rather than criminals. Wildlings mingled freely with the Black Brothers, and Tormund greeted Jon with a bear's embrace, thumping his back until the air burst from his lungs. "You come as king or as friend?" Tormund demanded, his beard bristling with snow. Jon grinned. "Both, I hope." They shared a cask of mead and news of the south. Jon watched the aurora dance above the ruined towers, thinking of all that had passed and all that might yet come. When he rode south again, he brought wildling chieftains with him, guests to the court, voices for the north, proof that the world could change. By spring, Arya's reports from the Stepstones grew troubling. A sellsword named Corran Storm was rallying men and pirates, promising to reclaim Westeros for the Trueborn. He had no banners, only fire and coin, but his ships harried the narrow sea, and rumors spread of a fleet gathering in Mire. The council debated for hours. Some wanted to send the royal fleet at once. Others, Sansa, Gendry, and Sam among them, urged caution, fearing to ignite a new war when the wounds of the old had not yet healed. Daenerys listened, then made her decision. "We will send envoys first. Let him declare his aims. If he seeks only gold, let us offer a bargain. If he seeks blood, we will answer with our own swords." Jon agreed. "Let me go. He may listen to a bastard king if not to a queen of dragons." Tyrion smirked. "Or he may try to kill you and ransom your bones." Jon shrugged. "I've survived worse." Within the week, Jon and Davos set sail on a swift galley, the royal banner at the prow. Daenerys watched them depart, her chest tight with worry. The sea was calm, but the world had a habit of shifting when she least expected it. 3 days later, Arya returned to King's Landing, battered but alive. She met Daenerys in the God's Wood, her hair wild and her eyes bright with secrets. "He's clever, this Corran Storm," Arya reported. He claims he is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, calls himself a dragon's bastard. He wants the realm, but I think he'd settle for a crown of gold. Daenerys listened, mind racing. The threat was real, but so was the chance to end it without blood. When Jon's ship returned, it brought not just him and Davos, but Corran Storm himself, bruised but unbroken, his wrists manacled and his eyes blazing. He faced Daenerys in the throne room, no longer a room of iron but of white stone and woven banners. "You're not the only dragon left," Corran spat. "The realm will never be safe while Targaryens rule." Daenerys stood tall, her gaze steady. "The realm will never be safe while men like you make war for your own pride. Lay down your arms, and you will live. Refuse, and there will be no war for you to fight." Corran sneered, but his bravado was spent. Tyrion stepped forward, document in hand. "A compromise, then. Exile to the wall, and your men pardoned if they lay down arms. Or death, if you prefer." "Not the wall." Corran spat again, but Daenerys saw the fear beneath the fury. At last he relented, and his followers scattered, some to the wall, some to the free cities, some melting into the alleys of King's Landing. The threat passed, and the council met in relief. There was no feast, only quiet celebration, a sense of crisis averted. Later, Daenerys and Jon walked the ramparts as the city's lights flickered below. She looked out over the city, her city now, not by right of conquest, but by right of care. "Do you ever tire of all this?" she asked, half smiling. Jon drew her close. "Never. So long as I face it with you." They stood together, the wind lifting their hair, the city alive with the breath of peace hard-earned. And though the game was not ended, it was changed forever. Under their rule, the realm began to hope, not for dragons or wolves, but for the slow, stubborn work of peace. Okay. The harvest moon crested the rooftops of King's Landing, flooding the city with a gentle gold that softened the scars of flame and war. In the square before the Septi, the great autumn festival unfolded, lanterns bobbing like fireflies, musicians plucking strings beside the grain carts. Small folk and lordlings danced together, the distinction between their laughter lost beneath the steady beat of drums and the tang of spice cider in the air. For a night, fear and sorrow seemed banished, and the city remembered how to celebrate life. Daenerys strolled the crowd with Tyrion, her hand light on his arm. She wore simple green, her hair braided and fastened with a single silver ring. Tyrion had taken pains to match her mood, his doublet plain but for a pin worked into the shape of a hand. At every corner, folk bowed or called greetings, their words shy but warm. Children pressed apples and sweets into her palms. She accepted each with a murmur of thanks and a smile she did not need to force. "You should dance, Your Grace," Tyrion urged, eyeing a ring of children weaving between the booths. "A queen who never dances is a queen with few friends. Besides, there is a wager among the bakers that you would outlast the king himself." Daenerys laughed. "Is that why you have not entered the ring yourself?" He clutched his goblet to his breast in mock horror. "I have outlasted many a king, but never a queen and a ring of dancers. Besides, my talents lie in talking, not twirling. I leave such heroics to the young." She glanced across the square, catching sight of Jon in the crowd. He knelt beside a group of children clustered around a wooden wolf. Ghost lounged at his side, accepting pats with regal patience. The king's smile, rare and open, cut through Daenerys' heart like sunlight after rain. "He's happy tonight," Tyrion observed, following her gaze. "Perhaps that is your greatest victory." She let the thought warm her, then turned her attention to the festival. Musicians shifted from dancing tunes to slow, wistful melodies. Old soldiers clustered near the fire, exchanging tales of Blackwater and the long night. Brienne, resplendent in blue, arm wrestled a baker while Gendry and Davos cheered. Sansa and Arya, returned from the north for the council, moved through the crowd together, Sansa's grace balancing Arya's restless energy. Later, as the moon climbed high, Jon found Daenerys on the riverwalk, her arms wrapped against the chill. He stood behind her a moment, silent, then pulled his cloak around them both. "They say there has never been a harvest this bountiful," he murmured. She leaned against him, listening to the soft lap of water on the stone. "There has never been a peace quite like this, either. At least not in my memory." He rested his chin atop her head. "We made it, not just you or I. All of us." A hush fell between them, filled by the distant echo of song and the laughter of children. She let herself rest in the moment, safe for a breath, letting the city's happiness become her own. The days after the festival fell into a new rhythm. Trade flourished along the Blackwater, the city's market humming from dawn to dusk. The first frost tinged the mornings, but hunger did not follow. Samuel's reforms had seen to that. Granaries were full, and for the first time in years, no child went without a meal. Tyrion's efforts to clean the city's books paid off in roads repaved and wells dug deep. Sansa's ships arrived from White Harbor, holds packed with salted fish and hard cheese, gifts from the north to the south. In council, the talk was of law and learning. The new courts had heard their first 100 cases. A woman from the docks had been named magistrate, and the guilds now sent representatives to the council's lesser chambers. Samuel, parchment smudged with ink, announced that the Citadel would sponsor the city's first public school. Even the Septons, once suspicious, came to bless the work and offered the Sept cloisters for lessons. Jon handled security quietly. Banditry fell. The city's guard, drawn from every corner of the realm, kept the peace with fair, unshowy discipline. Gendry smiths forged new coins, stamped with the dragon and direwolf entwined. At Daenerys's urging, the coins reverse showed a sheaf of wheat and a ship, a promise that trade and harvest, not only fire and blood, would mark their reign. Daenerys walked among the people daily, learning their names, their quarrels, their joys. She broke bread with masons, spun a child in a flower-crowned circle of dancers, listened to a bard sing of Rhaegar's last ride and Lyanna's winter roses. She attended a wedding in Fleabottom. 2 orphans, their union blessed by the queen herself. The city began to see her not just as the Dragon Queen, but as their own, a ruler present in sorrow and celebration alike. Not every day was without shadow. Arya's letters from the Stepstones warned of corsairs massing again, and the Iron Islands grew restless as the old gods rose in Pikestone halls. A night attack on a trade galley left 2 dead. Daenerys met with Jon and Davos in the candlelit council chamber, and together they dispatched swift ships, some with swords, some with envoys, all with a promise of swift retribution if peace were broken. Winter pressed at the gates, but within the city, hope kindled anew. The royal apartments, once echoing and cold, grew warm with laughter and quiet talk. Jon and Daenerys dined together most nights, their table crowded with friends and kin, Tyrion spinning tales, Sansa weighing news from the north, Arya silent but attentive, Gendry beaming at every jest. Davos kept a careful watch on the wine, and Samuel spoke of schools and ships, and a future where every child could read and write. One evening, Sansa found Daenerys alone in the Godswood, beneath the pale face of the weirwood. "You seem far away tonight," Sansa observed, sitting beside her. Daenerys traced the carved roots with her fingers. "Sometimes I fear this peace will not last. I wonder if we have done enough." Sansa's voice was gentle. "It may not last forever. Nothing does. But we have changed what we could. And we are not alone. The North stands with you. So do the people." Daenerys drew a breath, the old tension easing. "Thank you." Sansa squeezed her hand, surprising them both. "You do not need to do this alone. Let the council help you bear the weight." As autumn bled into winter, the council's business shifted. Taxes for road maintenance, plans for relief should snows cut off the south, and a proposal from the Dornish lords for a spring tourney. Arya departed for the east, chasing rumors of a sellsword fleet in Lace. Gendry rode north to oversee new bridges across the White Knife. Sansa stayed for a month, advising Daenerys, her counsel a welcome blend of caution and cold wit. Jon resumed his rides along the city's walls, sharing meals with the guards and listening to their complaints. He spent long evenings with Daenerys, sometimes in comfortable silence, sometimes lost in old stories of his youth at Winterfell. They spoke often of the future, of a realm where all could choose their own path, of a world with fewer swords and more books. There was talk, too, of children, though Daenerys' hopes there remained shadowed by grief and the lingering scars of her past. One clear dawn, Daenerys found herself at the old dockyard, watching fishermen prepare their boats. The headman, a grizzled man with missing teeth, waved her over. "My daughter is with child, your grace. She says it's the queen's peace that let her marry a Lannister boy, and the gods have blessed them for it. She asked me to give you this." He pressed a red ribbon into her hand, smiling. "It's nothing, but she said you would understand." Daenerys clutched the ribbon as she made her way back through the city. The little gift warmed her as no crown or throne ever had. The days shortened. The first snow dusted the rooftops, children shrieking with delight as they chased flakes through the market. A fire in the river gate threatened disaster, but the city guard and small folk together formed a bucket line, saving half the district. Daenerys and Jon arrived in time to see neighbors embracing, soot-stained but triumphant. "See how they stand together now?" Jon whispered, his voice thick with pride. She nodded, letting herself believe that the work was not in vain. In the royal solar, Tyrion sorted correspondence, muttering over a broken seal. "This one's from the Iron Bank. They're delighted with the city's recovery and have offered to forgive half the old crown's debts. In exchange for a monopoly on saffron, of course." Daenerys smiled. "Let them have their saffron, so long as they pay fair coin and hire local workers." Tyrion dipped his head. "You've grown shrewd, your grace. I almost missed the days when your answer to every problem was dragonfire." She reached for her tea, her laughter free and easy. "So do I sometimes. But peace requires more than dragons." Meher. A messenger from the Vale brought news of a plague averted, thanks to a healer sent by Sam. A bard from Dorne performed in the Great Hall, his verses weaving tales of two rulers who united fire and ice, breaking the ancient wheel at last. The council planned a spring festival, hoping to bring together lords from every corner of the realm. As winter deepened, Jon and Daenerys watched over the city from the ramparts. The snow drifted over the towers, softening their edges, settling on stone and slate alike. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we'd chosen differently?" Daenerys asked. Jon's arm wrapped around her. "Every day. But I have no regrets. We ended the old game. And we did it together." She leaned into him, letting the city's lights and the hush of snow become her peace. Far below, in every hearth and hall, the people of King's Landing gathered, grateful for warmth and food and hope. The scars of fire and war remained, but now they were matched by new growth. Green shoots in blackened earth, laughter where once there was only silence, and the steady, stubborn work of a people learning at last to live beyond fear. The bells tolled for evening. Jon and Daenerys stood together, watching the city's slow, golden breath. Whatever storms might come, they knew they would weather them as one. Queen and king, dragon and wolf, peace and hope entwined, enduring against the darkness. AK. Winter in King's Landing was softer than in the north, but sharper than most southern hearts remembered. The city streets were swept clean each morning by gangs of laughing children and careful, grumbling old men. Along the river, the fog rolled in early, dampening sound and turning torches to distant amber stars. As the year drew toward its end, the city's pulse slowed, but did not falter. The Red Keep's windows flickered with candlelight long after dusk. In every district, a sense of vigilant calm persisted. Peace hard won, never to be taken for granted. Daenerys awoke most mornings before the sun, pulling a heavy cloak around her shoulders and watching the sky brighten over the broken but rebuilt skyline. She found herself drawn to the Godswood's edge, where the white tree Jon had planted with his own hands stood stubborn and straight against the chill. There she would pause, her breath clouding in the cold, and count her blessings and regrets alike. Sometimes, the ghost of Rhaegal's song seemed to drift on the wind. Sometimes, she heard only her own heart and the distant bells tolling the hour. In council, business pressed as ever. The Dornish envoys pressed for their festival. The Reach demanded a lowering of tariffs on wool, arguing with some truth that the last snows had crippled their flocks. Indri, new to the art of negotiation but unafraid to wield a smith's directness, cut through argument with simple questions. Brienne's patience won out over bluster, and Davos' plain sense reminded the lords of their duty. Samuel delivered news from the citadel. The first students, girls and boys both, had passed their reading and writing exams, and the council voted funding for more schools in the outlying villages. Tyrion's reforms were bearing fruit, though not always without cost. Some city merchants grumbled that foreign ships carried too many wares, but Daenerys and Jon stood firm. King's Landing was to be the heart of a realm open to trade and learning, not a hoarded fortress of coin and suspicion. Outside the council, Daenerys' days were filled with small acts. She visited the city's hospitals and schools, listening to healers' requests for herbs and books, to children's wild tales and hesitant questions. She broke bread in markets, dined with old fishermen on the riverfront, and pressed coins into the hands of mothers whose husbands had not returned from war. Each encounter chipped away at the distance she'd once felt between herself and the people. In these moments, she was not the breaker of chains or the queen of dragons, just a woman, marked by loss but buoyed by hope. Jon kept busy on his own rounds. He met nightly with the captains of the city watch, listening to reports of minor thefts, drunken squabbles, a few lovers' quarrels that escalated into blows. It was a far cry from the violence of old. The guards' loyalty ran deep, their numbers drawn from every house and corner of the realm. Jon insisted they train together regardless of rank or blood, and more than once had been seen dueling a Knight of the Reach before dawn or sharing stew with a former sellsword at dusk. One snowbound afternoon, Sansa and Arya visited from the north, bringing with them a caravan of grain and smoked meats. Arya had new scars along her jaw and a half-healed burn on her forearm, souvenirs from a skirmish with corsairs east of Pentos. She shrugged off Daenerys' concern with a crooked grin. "They won't trouble the narrow sea again," she promised, and pressed into the city with restless energy. Sansa lingered in the Red Keep, meeting daily with Daenerys. Their talks were long, ranging from the mundane, supplies, roads, ships, to the personal, marriage prospects, sorrows past, hopes for children. Sansa confided her fears for the north, an unusually harsh winter, wildlings south of the wall, rumors of old gods stirring in the woods. Daenerys offered aid without hesitation, promising her best healers and surplus grain. One night, as snow fell thick on the city, the two women shared a fire and a jug of sweet spiced wine. "You have changed, Daenerys," Sansa murmured. "But you have also changed us. I do not think the North could ever return to what it was. Nor should it." Daenerys smiled, the expression both weary and grateful. "None of us can return to what we were, Sansa. We can only decide what to become." The spring festival, delayed by cold and council debate, finally arrived on the first clear day after weeks of cloud and drizzle. Lanterns shone from the ramparts in every square. Tents lined the river gate, bright with banners. Lion, flower, sun, kraken, dragon, wolf, and dove. Musicians and mummers filled the city with riotous color. The Dornish prince arrived at the head of a grand procession, draped in orange and gold, bearing gifts of wine and citrus and silver. Jon and Daenerys led the opening procession side by side, their hands clasped, their attire simple but elegant. A crowd thick as summer grass surged before the gates of the Red Keep, shouting and singing. Children ran between the guards, and women threw flowers at the queen's feet. At the dais, Jon spoke a few brief words, his voice carrying over the river and rooftops. This peace was not won by sword or flame alone, but by the hands and hearts of all our people. May it endure for every harvest and every child to come. Daenerys followed, her own speech brief. "Tonight, we celebrate not the triumph of one house or one blood, but of all who have chosen to live as neighbors, not foes." The revels lasted deep into the night. Lanterns floated on the river, boats carrying music and laughter down to the bay. In the great hall, Tyrion presided over the wine, Davos over the roasted boar, Brienne at the head of the tourney table, besting a half-dozen knights before letting herself be unseated by a blushing squire. Arya vanished midway through the feast, None were surprised, but later reappeared on the rooftops, startling a pair of city watchmen, and then sharing their bread and cheese in the shadows. That night, Jon and Daenerys wandered the quieted halls, the noise of the festival dimmed to a distant hum. They paused in the solar, firelight flickering on stone. "We've done it for now," Jon said, his hand finding hers. "The peace holds." Daenerys leaned her head on his shoulder. "For now, there will always be someone somewhere waiting for weakness. The game is not ended, only changed." He smiled, rueful and fond. "Then let us change with it, together." Outside, snow fell on the city, silent and slow, blanketing the old wounds and the new hopes alike. In the weeks that followed, life returned to its measured pace. The council heard petitions, a baker seeking redress for a burnt shop, a pair of lovers contesting the parentage of a child, a shipmaster protesting the city's new harbor fees. Each was resolved by law, not sword. Each day's work was its own victory. Jon rode north at the end of the festival, answering a summons from Tormund and the wildling chiefs. Daenerys remained, governing and waiting, her mind on the North's wild frontiers and the fragile links binding the realm. She walked the city's walls at dusk, Drogon soaring overhead, his shadow a memory and a warning. One late evening, as she made her way along the parapet, Arya joined her, silent as moonlight. They stood together, surveying the rooftops and river. "I'll be gone again soon," Arya said. "There's word of trouble in the east, old slavers making alliances. They could threaten the peace, if we ignore them." Daenerys nodded. "You have my leave, and my gratitude." Arya glanced at her sideways, the ghost of a smile on her lips. "You and Jon have done more than anyone could have. But peace is never perfect. You know that." "I do," Daenerys answered softly. "But I will not stop trying." Arya gripped her arm, a rare gesture of comfort. "Neither will I." A letter arrived from Jon. The wildlings had agreed to remain north of the Gift and would send trade south come spring. The Watch was recruiting new brothers and sisters, and the wall itself was slowly becoming a border, not a barrier. Jon promised to return before the end of the thaw. The days grew longer. Samwell's schools multiplied, one in each district, with the first girls and boys reading from the same battered texts by the light of the same candles. The hospitals brimmed with new medicines. Maesters and healers debated cures in crowded halls. Tyrion, never content to rest, set about planning a city library, dreaming of a day when every child could read a history not written only by the victors. When Jon finally returned, he rode into King's Landing beneath a sky bright with kites. Ghost loped ahead, scattering geese and children alike. Daenerys met him at the gate, her hair tangled by the wind, her smile bright with the certainty of welcome. They embraced without ceremony, the city's folk looking on with fond approval. Summer pressed at the city's doors. The first strawberries appeared in the market. The bells rang for a wedding in the Reach, a peace accord with the Iron Islands, a trade fleet safe return from Bravos. Daenerys met each new challenge with the same steady resolve, listening, deciding, forgiving where she could, standing firm when she must. At the season's height, a messenger arrived from Old Town. The High Septon himself wished to visit, blessing the new schools, and praising the peace Daenerys and Jon had wrought. The city prepared a welcome. Bells rang, banners unfurled, and for a few precious days, the realm was united in celebration. On the final night of the Septon's visit, Jon and Daenerys climbed the highest tower, the world spread beneath them, lights twinkling on every street. "You remember when we first came here?" Daenerys whispered. "All that ruin, all that sorrow." Jon nodded, his arm wrapping around her. "And all that hope, it's still here, Daenerys. It's always been here." They watched the dawn break over the city, the rooftops gilded in gold, the river shining like a promise. In that hush, Daenerys felt not only the weight of her crown, but the strength of all those who stood beside her, friends and strangers, north and south, every voice that shaped the world they had made. The great game, at last, had become something new, not a contest for power, but the patient, imperfect work of peace. And as long as hope endured, Daenerys knew, so too would her reign. Shared, steadfast, and bright as the morning. As summer ripened into its longest days, King's Landing woke each morning to the scent of sun-warmed fruit and river reeds. The city's wounds had healed so well that many, old and young alike, could scarcely remember the soot on every stone or the weeks when hunger was a neighbor. Small folk crowded the markets with baskets of cherries, melons, and flowers, the colors brighter for all they had survived. The Red Keep no longer loomed as a fortress of dread, but stood transformed. Its walls freshly whitewashed, its gardens alive with roses, sunbursts, and bluebells, a haven at the city's heart. Daenerys moved among the people as the days grew long and golden, learning anew the pulse of the realm. The festival of St. Balor marked the height of the summer. Bells tolled at noon and banners unfurled in every square. Dragons and deerwolves, roses and krakens, doves and sunbursts, the colors twining together, a tapestry of hard-won unity. Musicians traveled from the Reach, acrobats from Dorne, poets from the free cities, and the city filled with song. Children climbed the statues in the squares, racing each other up marble steps to gain a view of the Queen and her household as they processed through the streets. On the eve of the festival, Jon and Daenerys walked the ramparts, hand in hand, Ghost padding silently at their heels. From above, the city was a sea of torchlight and song, laughter floating up through the warm night. Jon paused, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "Do you remember the first days? How we could hardly leave the keep without fear?" She squeezed his hand. "I remember never daring to hope it could become this." He smiled. A true smile, rare and unshadowed. "It's your doing, Daenerys. You brought them together." "No, Jon. We did this, all of us, together." Her gaze swept the rooftops, and she thought of Arya riding the roads beyond the city, of Sansa and her northern solar, Gendry hammering out plows as well as swords, Tyrion poring over scrolls by candlelight, Sam with his ink-stained hands and gentle voice. The realm is remade by many hands. In the city below, bells chimed for the festival start. Jon and Daenerys descended to join their people. The feast was held in the square before the septi, tables groaning with roast fowl, baked fish, fresh bread, and pies dense with berries. Minstrels sang, jugglers tossed knives and apples in the air, and lords and small folk alike drank together. The Queen and King sat at the high table, but left their seats again and again, moving among the crowd, sharing jests and stories, tasting cider, laughing at the antics of a dancing bear. When dusk finally fell, they watched the city's children launch painted lanterns down the black water, their lights drifting like fireflies toward the sea. After midnight, Daenerys lingered with Tyrion in the palace gardens, the air scented with honeysuckle and mint. Tyrion was uncharacteristically quiet, swirling wine in his goblet. "Do you think it will last?" he asked softly. "This peace you've made," she considered her answer. "It will last as long as we are willing to protect it, not with swords or dragons, but with justice and mercy. The game can never end, Tyrion, but we can choose how we play it." He raised his goblet. "To choosing better games, then." They touched cups, laughter gentle in the soft dark. When the festival ended, the city returned to its quieter rhythms. With summer at its zenith, a new sense of purpose took root. Tyrion's library opened its doors, the first of its kind. A hall of books, maps, and learning, where anyone, even a street child, could come and read. Samwell's School for Healers graduated its first class of apprentices, and the city's sick houses grew calmer, the cries of the dying fewer each day. In the council chambers, Sansa's letters arrived with tidings of plentiful harvests, new laws to protect the woods and rivers, and a slow, sure rise in trade. One afternoon, Arya returned from her travels. She rode in from the south at the head of a small group. Outlaws pardoned, and now sworn to the crown, wildlings seeking fair trade, a battered septon who carried a book of songs for the Queen. Arya strode into the keep, dusty and sunbrowned, and Daenerys embraced her in full view of the household, their laughter ringing through the stone corridors. Later, Arya sat with Jon and Daenerys beneath the shadow of the Godswood. She spun tales of distant towns, of a would-be usurper in Mire who vanished before she drew steel, of villages on the Dornish border where men and women toasted the dragon and the wolf alike. "I think the world is learning," Arya said at last, her eyes dancing. "There will always be those who want to take, who remember only the blade. But there are more who want to build, and keep, and live." Jon reached across the grass, ruffling her hair as he had when they were children. "That's because you scare them all into honesty." Arya snorted, but she smiled, rare and fierce. The city changed with the season. A new grain market rose on the east bank, designed by builders from the riverlands and stocked with harvests from every corner of the realm. Ships from Old Town and Pentos docked beneath the city's banners, and with them came strange fruits, new books, spices, and news of distant troubles and triumphs. At Daenerys' urging, the city council voted to create a guild of healers, open to men and women, freeborn and lowborn alike. Tyrion sponsored a festival of riddles and debate, and the winner, a 12-year-old girl from Fleabottom, was invited to speak at council, her wit and clear voice earning nods from every lord. Some days, Daenerys found herself watching Jon as he sparred with the guards, or taught young squires the meaning of honor. He listened as often as he spoke, settling disputes with calm, never raising his voice unless pressed to do so. The city trusted him, and in that trust, Daenerys found rest. Yet, beneath the peace, shadows still lingered. Reports reached the Red Keep of unrest in the western hills, where petty lords nursed old wounds. Across the sea, a pirate king harried trade routes, and once, a fire broke out in the city's poorest quarter, set, it was rumored, by malcontents hoping to sow panic. Jon and Daenerys rode together to the scene, arriving as the flames guttered and the last buckets were passed. They knelt in the ashes with the survivors, promising help. And in the days that followed, work crews from every district arrived to rebuild, some volunteering, others paid with coin or bread. It was during these weeks of labor that Daenerys, in the heat of a July afternoon, felt the first flicker of sickness, nothing more than a faint wave of dizziness, a touch of nausea. She brushed it aside at first, too busy to rest. But Tyrion, ever watchful, pressed her to see the healers, and when Sam arrived, he brought with him an apprentice from Old Town, a girl with sure hands and a gentle manner. In the quiet of the solar, Sam delivered the news with a smile. "You're with child, Your Grace. All signs are healthy. You should rest more, but there's every reason to hope." A hush fell. Daenerys' heart beat wild in her chest, hope and fear tumbling together. Jon, summoned from council, received the news in silent awe, taking her hands in his lips at her brow. "We have lost much," he said, voice thick with feeling, "but we have gained more than I ever dreamed." In the weeks that followed, word spread through the city like a song. The queen would bear an heir. There were celebrations in the markets, toasts in every inn, and lanterns strung across the streets. Sansa sent gifts from the north, wolf pelts and silver spoons. Arya, unable to stay, left behind a blade with the direwolf's head in the pommel. Tyrion composed a poem, mercifully brief, and even Gendry sent a raucous company of smiths to perform a hammer dance in the square. Daenerys took more rest, but refused to withdraw from rule. She presided at council, met with healers, and visited schools, her belly rounding, her laughter soft and sure. The people's love deepened, and even the lords who once grumbled in private grew quieter, seeing the realm's future secured. Jon grew more protective, his care at times comical, insisting she ride with double guards, taste every dish, rest between meetings. Daenerys bore it with fond amusement, only scolding him when his worry grew tiresome. "We rule together, Jon. Let's not start a new game of cloistering queens." The seasons shifted, the first hints of autumn stirring in the city's air. Harvest wagons rolled through the gates, the fruits of peace filling every granary. The new schools held a festival, students reciting lines of poetry, reading from the histories Daenerys herself had lived. The queen sat among them, her hand on her growing belly, tears bright in her eyes as a small boy recited the tale of the dragon and the wolf. That night she stood with Jon at the window, looking out over a city aglow with lanterns. "I am not afraid," she whispered. Jon drew her close, their future a bright, uncertain flame. "Nor am I," Not anymore. Below, the bells rang for evening. The city rested, content and safe. The dream of peace not yet ended. The wheel remade. One choice, one hope, one day at a time. The long heat of summer gave way to a gentle, golden autumn. King's Landing was quieter now. The harvest gathered, and the great fields north of the city lying fallow under a haze of distant smoke. Children played among the haystacks and apple carts. The hum of daily labor grew softer as the city slowed, grateful for abundance after years of hunger and fear. The bells in the sept tolled each morning, not for mourning, but for prayer and thanksgiving. Daenerys moved more slowly these days, her hand resting on the curve of her belly. Her face was radiant in the mornings, weary by dusk. She still attended council. She would not surrender the work, not even for the new life growing within her. Tyrion grew more vigilant with each passing week, quietly arranging for shorter sessions, more comfortable chairs, and hot tea always ready at her elbow. Jon hovered at her side as much as his duties allowed. He found peace in the rhythm of the city, the slow repairs, the open-heartedness of people who had lived too long with fear. He rode the southern fields with Gendry, inspecting new irrigation ditches and canals dug for next year's grain. He listened to bakers in the markets, to sailors down at the wharves, to old women mending nets on the quays. Each day he brought news to Daenerys. The first frost on the barley, a clever new method for storing apples, a beggar's joke, a child's song. The city's voice became their common language. On a crisp morning, a raven arrived from Winterfell bearing Sansa's seal. Her letter spoke of heavy snows and contented wolves, of distant cousins come to visit, and the birth of a niece. The north is well, she wrote. It awaits the news of its southern kin with all the patience of a direwolf in winter. Daenerys smiled as she read. She hopes for a girl, I think. Jon grinned. So do I. But if it's a boy, we'll teach him to ride wolves and fear nothing. Samwell came daily to the keep, bringing books and gentle questions. His school had grown. 2 more classes in the city, another in the fields outside the walls. Maesters and healers now taught boys and girls side by side. One afternoon, Sam introduced Daenerys to a girl of 10 with clever eyes, the daughter of a blacksmith who had learned to read and write both the common tongue and High Valyrian. She says she'll be a maester one day, Sam explained, pride brimming in his voice. She asks if you'll write her a letter of introduction to Old Town when she's ready. Daenerys bent low, her voice quiet and strong. I will write you that letter and more. You will help make this city wiser than it has ever been. The girl blushed, then asked Daenerys if her baby would learn to read too. The queen laughed and promised yes. Of course, her child would have all the books in the world. Tyrion's library was a wonder. Shelves upon shelves, walls painted with stories of peace and rebuilding, tables scattered with children reading aloud and old men nodding over their accounts. Tyrion presided like a benevolent spider, offering help, suggesting histories and romances, always quick with a jest. One morning, Daenerys caught him reading to a circle of children, his voice rising in dramatic tension as he described the defeat of a monstrous 3-headed cat. When he saw her, he winked and continued. But as everyone knows, only the bravest queens can tame such a beast, and they always do so with a book, not a sword. As the leaves fell, Arya's letters arrived from the east. Reports of slavers routed from Tyrosh, news of merchant ships granted safe passage under the banner of the dragon and the wolf. Sometimes Arya sent only a single word or a scrap of map. Sometimes she sent the hilt of a knife or a token plucked from a foreign prince's court. Each message was a sign that the world was still wild, still dangerous, but less so with Arya abroad. Gendry split his time between his forges and the council. His smiths now made not only arms but plows, wheels, hinges, and locks. In the market he was as likely to be found repairing a child's broken toy as hammering out a lord's new sigil. He and Brienne organized a citywide festival for the harvest's end, inviting knights to joust, children to race, and cooks to compete in a contest for the best stew. On the day of the festival, Daenerys took a seat of honor beneath a canvas awning, Jon beside her. Tyrion and Sansa and Sam close at hand. The air was crisp, sweet with the scent of roasting meat and spiced wine. Minstrels played while acrobats tumbled, their bright banners snapping. For the first time in years, every house in the city sent a representative, and the crowd was thick with laughter. The children's race ended in a tangle of legs and mud, and when the smallest girl stood up and grinned, missing her 2 front teeth, the queen herself awarded her a prize. A book and a silver coin. The stew contest was won by an old man who refused to reveal his recipe, only grinning as Daenerys praised the meal and handed him a royal token for free bread through the winter. That night, as lanterns bobbed along the streets, Daenerys and Jon walked the city together. No guard followed them. They wore plain cloaks, heads bowed against the wind. They passed bakers and beggars, knights and children, every one of them nodding or smiling as they recognized their queen and king. They paused at the new fountain in the city square, a gift from the Merchants Guild, carved with dragons, wolves, and wheat. Jon dipped a hand into the cold water, then flicked a few drops at Daenerys, making her laugh aloud. "You're lighter these days," he said, warmth in his eyes. She reached for his hand, entwining their fingers. "I feel as if I put down 1,000 swords. The city, it's not perfect, but it feels like home." He drew her close, their foreheads touching in the hush. "That's because you've made it so. For all of us." Ain't now. In the Red Keep, as the days grew short, council business shifted to winter preparations. The river slowed with the first frost. Sansa sent a caravan south, laden with grain, salted fish, and thick cloaks. Arya's news grew scarce, but her presence hovered, a promise in every wind from the east. As the moon waxed full, Daenerys' time drew near. Jon grew anxious, haunting the halls, conferring with healers and midwives. Sansa arrived 3 days before the birth, a calming force, and Tyrion presided over the household, ensuring every candle was lit, every fire stoked. The labor was long and hard. Jon never left Daenerys' side, holding her hand, murmuring comfort. Breath and heartbeat joined in the pain and hope of bringing life into the world. When the baby finally arrived, the midwife raised a small, wailing girl. Her hair dark as Jon's, her eyes startlingly blue. Daenerys wept, laughing and crying, Jon's tears mingling with hers as he cradled their daughter. They named her Lyanna, after Jon's mother. Sansa placed a soft, white furred cloak about her shoulders, and Sam whispered a blessing in the old tongue. Tyrion composed a poem on the spot, making everyone laugh. News of the birth spread through the city like fire. Bells rang all day and night, the streets filled with music, with cheers and feasts. Flowers were strewn before the Red Keep. Merchants offered gifts of bread, wine, and sweets. Old women wept in joy. Children sang as they played in the shadow of the walls. In the weeks that followed, the city grew gentler, as if the birth of a child was a promise kept. Daenerys and Jon brought Lyanna to the city squares and schools. Healers and midwives blessed the child. At the first council session after her birth, Daenerys held her daughter on her lap as the lords debated. And when Lyanna gurgled and waved her small fist, even the sternest lord softened. Through the heart of winter, the city thrived. The new grain store never emptied. No family went cold or hungry. The first library festival drew crowds from across the realm. Arya returned, wild-eyed and grinning, and placed a pearl-handled knife in Lyanna's cradle. "For the day she needs it," she said. Gendry fashioned a tiny iron crown. Sansa wove a wolf from silver thread. Jon and Daenerys sat together in the nursery as the snow fell outside, Lyanna sleeping between them. "She is the beginning," Daenerys whispered. "A new story." Jon nodded, pressing a kiss to her brow. "She is all our hopes." King's Landing rested. Beyond its walls, the realm turned and changed, as realms always do. But within, peace held. A peace forged not from fear or force, but from care, labor, mercy, and the promise of days yet to come. The wheel had turned, and this time, it did not crush, but uplifted. And high in the tower, the dragon and the wolf watched over their daughter, their city, and the fragile, enduring dream they had dared to build together. Ah, Kai. Ka. The winter that settled over King's Landing was the kind remembered in stories. Long, but never bitter, and marked more by quiet perseverance than hardship. The streets grew muffled under the gentle, persistent snow, and fires burned at every crossroads. Children raced up and down the cobbles, dragging sleds and makeshift skates. Market stalls moved indoors, crowding the lower floors of tall stone houses, filling the air with the scent of fresh bread, smoked meat, and mulled cider. The laughter and bustle felt almost miraculous to those who had once survived on fear and thin broth, and even the city's oldest cynics found themselves blinking at the brightness of each new day. In the Red Keep, life fell into new rhythms. Lyanna Stark Targaryen, the daughter of king and queen, was at the center of it all, a squalling, hungry, curious force. She was swaddled and carried from hand to hand, nursed by Daenerys in quiet chambers hung with heavy tapestries, dandled by Jon as he paced the long galleries reciting old tales of the North, tickled and sung to by Tyrion in the Solar, and guarded always by Ghost, who allowed the baby to tangle her tiny fists in his thick white fur without protest. The council chambers now rang with a different kind of noise. Lyanna's gurgles and small cries, the cooing of courtiers, and the awkward earnest attempts of lords to amuse her with puppet animals or fragments of song. Daenerys, her eyes brighter and her voice steadier than ever, presided with the child often in her arms. She had lost none of her resolve. Indeed, those who might once have doubted her steel learned to fear the mother's fire as much as the queen's. If anything, her patience had grown, her compassion sharper and less sentimental. Tyrion remarked to Jon over mulled wine one evening, "A mother is the realm's first shield. She is less forgiving but also more just." Jon, for his part, found a strange fulfillment in this new life. He trained the city's guards, led the council through winter's slow turns, and rode out at least once a week to oversee the stores and the walls. But it was in the nursery, the candlelit hush, that he allowed himself to believe they had truly built something lasting. He watched Daenerys rock their daughter, and remembered old vows in the darkness, promises to protect, to do right, to love. There were nights he could scarcely believe it was real. As the cold deepened, the city's attention turned inward. The libraries Tyrion and Samwell had founded remained open late, their halls flickering with lamplight, filled with the quiet scratch of quills and the rustle of pages. Sam's new schools held winter feasts for their pupils, children coming together from all corners of the city, their songs echoing through streets once stalked by fear. There was a gathering of the Healers Guild, now the largest in Westeros, to discuss new cures for chills and fever, and Daenerys attended in person, listening carefully to every suggestion. Arya visited twice before the solstice, each time slipping in with the wind, boots muddy and eyes bright. She regaled Lyanna with tales of distant cities and the strange creatures of the sea, leaving behind little gifts, a feather, a polished stone, a dagger's hilt for the day the child grew bold. She shared secrets with Daenerys in low voices and made Jon laugh in the training yard, then vanished before the next dawn with only a note, "Gone to see what the world has become." Arya. Sansa spent the coldest month in the keep, bringing with her a little court of northern retainers and news of winter wolves, deep snow, and northern songs. She and Daenerys often talked late into the night, Lyanna dozing between them. Their conversation ranged from the practical, how best to store grain, when to hold markets, whether to send more men to the wall, to the wistful, lost mothers, old fears, the hopes they held for the girl asleep in their arms. As the year turned, word arrived from the north that the Night's Watch had welcomed its first women into their ranks. Sansa's doing, Jon guessed, with Arya's encouragement and Daenerys' blessing. The free folk sent gifts, furs, carved toys, and a woven blanket for Lyanna, embroidered with the shapes of direwolves and dancing women. Tyrion kept his court bustling, hosting debates, sponsoring plays, and on one memorable night, leading a candlelit procession through the city to raise coins for the poor. His library was the city's hearth, old lords and young scholars alike gathering around its fire, trading news, stories, and advice. The city grew safer still. Gendry smiths produced not only blades but snow shovels, pots, and tiny copper dragons for the children. The city's granaries held strong against the winter, and for the first time in living memory, not a soul went hungry or cold. One evening, Jon and Daenerys walked together through the silent palace gardens, Lyanna bundled between them, the night air thick with frost and starlight. "Does it feel real to you yet?" Daenerys whispered. Jon drew her close. "Every day, and every day, I wonder if we can keep it." "We have to," Daenerys answered, fierce even in her tiredness. "Not for us, for her, for them all." A week later, a small fire broke out in the market district, but the city guard and a bucket line of neighbors had it out before the flames could spread. A council of tradesmen, led by a woman baker, petitioned Daenerys for more support to repair the damaged stalls. She approved the work that very afternoon, and Jon made a point to visit the site, holding Lyanna for every shopkeeper and mason to see. "A city is made by its people," he said to the gathered crowd. "And so is a peace." As the first hints of spring began to thaw the city's edges, Arya returned once more, bearing grave news from the east. Pirates gathering near Tyrosh, whispers of gold changing hands among old enemies, rumors of a pretender prince. In council, Daenerys listened gravely. "We do not answer rumors with swords," she said. "But we do not ignore them either. We will send envoys, honest, brave, and wise. Arya, you will go. Take who you need." Arya nodded, her eyes shining with purpose. "It will be done." Gendry volunteered for a tour of the city's defenses, and Sam began work on a map of trade and threat, stretching from Dorne to the Narrow Sea. Sansa prepared letters for the North and the Riverlands, reminding each of their oaths to peace. Tyrion consulted with the merchants' guilds, ready to bribe or outwit any would-be enemy with gold, food, or words, as the moment required. Jon and Daenerys stood at the heart of it all, Lyanna now smiling and babbling as the council moved around her. For every new threat, there was a new answer, not in violence, but in unity, trust, and the hard-won habits of cooperation. The lords who had once schemed for crowns now found themselves locked in debate over roads, trade, and law. The council, always fractious, became the city's engine, a place where every voice could be heard, every quarrel settled with words. At last, as the snows melted and green began to peek through the city's gardens, Arya returned. "The pretender is gone," she said. "The pirates scattered. The world beyond is watching, but none dare strike at us yet." Jon and Daenerys thanked her, then walked the city walls together, Lyanna squealing in delight at the gulls and the sparkling river. The city below was alive with movement, women sweeping stoops, men tending fires, children running wild and free. The wheel had not broken, not truly, but it had turned to something gentler, truer, a means of lifting, not grinding down. As the first wildflowers bloomed on the palace lawn, Daenerys stood before the gathered city in the square. Jon held Lyanna, Tyrion, and Sansa at her side, Arya and Sam among the crowd. She spoke simply, "This peace is the work of many hands. Let it stand as long as we choose it. Defend it as fiercely as we once fought for thrones. And may our children inherit a world kinder than the one we were given." "Then?" The cheers rang out, honest and strong, echoing down the city's streets and over the river. Jon smiled, Daenerys squeezed his hand, and Lyanna babbled a word that sounded very much like hope. And so it was, for a time, longer than any might have dared imagine, that the great game was ended. The city alive, the peace sustained by every soul within its walls. In that hard-won stillness, the dragon and the wolf kept watch together, ready for whatever dawn would bring. The city's rebirth continued with the coming of a bright and generous spring. Trees bloomed in the palace gardens and sent showers of white and pink petals over the cobbles of the Red Keep's courtyards, drifting into the air like blessings. Windows stood open, and every square, every crooked alley seemed to sing with children's voices, with music, with the sound of trade and hope renewed. For the first time in years, no one kept a blade beneath their pillow at night. Peace had become habit as much as law. Lyanna Stark Targaryen took her first steps beneath a cherry tree, watched by Daenerys and Jon, who knelt on the grass and coaxed her forward with bright ribbons and laughter. Her hair, a wild mop of black with the faintest silver sheen in certain light, shone in the sun as she toddled between her parents, fell, and squealed at the feel of grass on her hands. When she laughed, the guards on the walls smiled, and when she cried, even the hardest-hearted counselors grew anxious. Jon was often at Daenerys' side, sometimes with a sword in his belt, more often with a child on his hip or a sheaf of letters in hand. He split his days between the city watch, the rebuilding of the city's harbor, and the nursery, where he told Lyanna stories of dire wolves and dragons, of the great cold beyond the wall, of family and honor, and all the things that had once seemed so far from reach. Daenerys' hours were measured now by her daughters waking and sleeping, by the council's ever-lengthening debates, by the constant trickle of news and small crises. She moved with grace through the city's life, visiting the schools, blessing the new ships in the harbor, sitting in the sunlight among the markets as vendors pressed sweet buns and honey cakes into her hands, their children gathering round to listen as she named every treat, every bird, every flower. Tyrion's library flourished, drawing students and old men, tradeswomen and septas, to its long tables. Each week he hosted debates. Should the city build its roads of cobble or wood? Should the city guard admit women? Should the council fund new fountains, or libraries, or schools in the outlying towns? Arguments raged and jokes flew, but compromise always emerged, and every voice, no matter how small, found its place. Gendry's forges thundered in the city's east, producing everything from iron gates to copper lanterns to delicate silver hairpins that became the pride of every merchant's daughter. Brienne trained the city guard, men and women both, teaching them more than swordplay, patience, honor, the meaning of courage without cruelty. Sam's school spread into the Riverlands, and soon a trickle of students from as far as Old Town and White Harbor appeared at the city's gates, eager to learn. Daenerys visited one day as a surprise, watching a class of children recite histories of both dragons and wolves. When she asked them what they wished for most, a boy in the back shouted, "No more war ever!" The class erupted in cheers, and Sam met her eyes, hope brimming in his smile. Arya's comings and goings became legend. Sometimes she rode in at midnight, her cloak dusted with salt or mud, leaving gifts and stories before slipping away. Sometimes she sat at council, listening with sharp eyes and saying little. Sometimes she sparred with Brienne in the yard, or spun Lyanna in wild circles that made the girl shriek with delight. Sansa's letters remained a constant news of the North's slow, patient flourishing, of new settlements along the White Knife, of wolf pups born in old feuds buried. Her envoys arrived each moose turn with grain and furs, and cool northern wisdom for the council's debates. She wrote to Daenerys with candor and affection. The peace holds here. The North remembers, but it does not forget kindness. Nor do I. The council's business in those days was the business of life itself. How to build new bridges, how to settle the rights of fishers and bakers, how to judge a dispute over the boundaries of two gardens. There were quarrels, of course. One lord demanded the right to levy taxes on travelers through his land, and was sent home with a new set of city statutes and a loaf of fresh bread. Another, a lady from the Reach, objected to the city's new market stalls, but was quickly won over by the clever hands and sharp tongues of the city's traders. Daenerys presided with patience, Jon with steady fairness. Tyrion's wit and Sansa's reason saw every session through. The city's peace was not perfect. Now and then, whispers of unrest reached the palace. A band of highwaymen in the Crownlands, a pirate galley sighted on the horizon, the threat of fire in a row of wooden houses. Each was met not with terror, but with calm resolve. Jon rode with the city guard to settle the roads. Gendry sent new chains and iron bars for the warehouses. Brienne, towering and gentle, saw the pirates captured with hardly a blade drawn. When the wooden houses caught fire, it was the people themselves who formed the bucket lines, saving every home. When Lyanna turned one, the whole city celebrated. Banners fluttered in the warm wind. The festival spread from the palace to the docks, from the market squares to the smallest alleys. Musicians played, bakers distributed sweet rolls, and the bells of the great sept rang out across the rooftops. Daenerys held her daughter before the crowd, the child's fist grasping her mother's braid. Jon, standing at their side, lifted Lyanna into the air, her laughter carrying all the way to the river. Later, in the hush of the nursery, Jon and Daenerys watched their daughters sleep. "She is the realm now," Daenerys whispered. "All its hope, all its promise." Jon kissed her hair. "And she'll never know what it is to be afraid." As the days grew long and bright, envoys came from beyond the narrow sea. Free companies hoping for trade, former enemies seeking alliance. Daenerys met with them beneath the garden arches, Lyanna on her lap, and spoke of ships and grain, of peace and the slow end of old grudges. Word spread to the east that the queen's justice was merciful but unyielding, and many who might have plundered the city instead brought gifts and requests for fair counsel. Sans healers, many now women or small folk once overlooked, fought a fever that rose up in the city's poorer quarters. They worked day and night, and when Daenerys visited their makeshift hospital, she thanked them with coin, food, and her own hand at the sickbeds, changing bandages and telling gentle stories to frightened children. The fever passed, and not a soul was lost who might have been saved. Tyrion, never content to rest, planned the city's next great work. A bridge of stone and iron to link the eastern markets to the docks. He rallied merchants, masons, and smiths to the cause, offering prizes for the cleverest designs and best use of local stone. The project brought work to hundreds and became the pride of the city, every stone marked with a symbol of unity, dragon and wolf, entwined. Arya, when she returned, found her name used as a blessing among street children and a warning among thieves. She left again, promising Daenerys, "There's always another shadow to chase, another wrong to right. I'll never be far." Summer turned, and in the council chamber, a quiet confidence settled among the lords and counselors. Sansa visited in person, bringing with her the grain harvest bounty and a wolfhound pup for Lyanna, who shrieked with delight at her new companion. One evening, as the sky turned to gold, Daenerys and Jon climbed the highest tower. They watched the city glow in the fading light, the lanterns bobbing in the market, the bells ringing for vespers, the bridge rising slowly stone by stone. Lyanna slept on Daenerys' shoulder, and Jon's hand rested on her back. "We have given them a world worth keeping," Jon said quietly. "It will not last forever, but it will last for them." Daenerys nodded, her heart full. "Let it be enough. Let this be the start of something the world has never seen." As dusk fell, they stood together, not as conquerors, but as keepers of a dream, the city alive and bright below them. The wheel, at last, had been set aside, not shattered, not burned, but placed gently down so that others, one day, could choose never to pick it up again. And in the dark, as peace settled over stone and river, and all the hearts within the walls, the future seemed a thing of hope, vast and shining and free. Ain. The city was golden with summer's last breath. Dust hung in the alleys, shimmering above stones warmed by months of sun. The river, heavy and green, drifted slow beneath banners and bridgework. Everywhere, life persisted in a soft hum. Children's voices echoing off the palace walls, the rhythmic clang of forges, the creak and chatter of wagons heavy with wheat. Above it all, the Red Keep watched. No longer a threat but a promise. Open gates, bright gardens. Laughter heard even in the highest towers. Daenerys woke most mornings to Lyanna's chubby hands tugging her hair, Jon's laughter in her ear. The queen was softer now. The hard lines of war long faded from her face. She dressed in linen and pale silks, her hair unadorned except for a single braid, Lyanna's favorite to unravel. The mornings belonged to her daughter, feeding the child, watching her wobble from carpet to window, naming every bird and tree, every curious shape outside the glass. Sometimes Sansa joined them, her own manner softened by the years, teaching Lyanna rhymes from the north. The little princess had begun to speak in a tumble of words: wolf, star, Ghost, for the ever-watchful white direwolf sprawled beneath her feet. Jon slipped in and out of the palace, sometimes gone for days, sometimes never leaving Daenerys' side. He rode the new road north to Winterfell, checked the harbor construction with Gendry, watched the city guard drilling with Brienne. When he returned from council, he always brought stories of a farmer's festival in the Reach, a shepherd's clever dog, a ship from Bravos heavy with books. At night, he and Daenerys walked the palace gardens with Lyanna asleep in her arms. They spoke softly of their people, their friends, the future they could almost trust. The council's business no longer felt like a battlefield. Tyrion held sway, but with less need for jest or biting wit. The lords and merchants listened now, and even quarreled more honestly. Davos' beard had grown white, but his voice was still clear and common, trusted in every dispute. Sam presided over a growing flock of maesters and apprentices, his schools now reaching as far as Duskendale and Maidenpool. Gendry's forges had brought the city not only wealth but pride. The bridges were finished, and the water wheels built in the alleys had doubled the city's mills. On the eve of Lyanna's second birthday, the city staged a celebration that outshone all that came before. Banners bloomed from every balcony. Bakers handed out buns shaped like dragons and wolves. Children played at night and queen in the castle's lower yard, and the markets rang with music and colored smoke. Daenerys carried Lyanna through the crowds, the child shrieking and waving as old soldiers and new apprentices cheered their names. Jon followed, Ghost at his heels, stopping to share a cup with an old friend or lift a wailing child from a muddy puddle. In the evening, a feast filled the palace halls. Dancers whirled beneath the high-arched roof. Brienne and Arya staged a mock duel for the children, and Sansa sang an old northern song that brought tears to even Tyrion's sharp eyes. Gendry offered a small, perfect silver crown to Lyanna, who promptly dropped it into a bowl of cream and laughed as milk splashed everywhere. After the feast, Daenerys and Jon sat in the nursery with Sansa, Arya, and Sam Dowall. Lyanna, exhausted, slept curled on Ghost's flank. They talked of years past, of losses that still haunted, of the weight and cost of peace. Arya spoke of roads she still planned to travel, and Sansa of the North's slow, steady growth. Sam told them of a child in the poorest district who had translated a book of Essosi riddles. And Daenerys smiled, the sound of Lyanna's breathing like a balm. Outside, the city glowed with lanterns. Markets never truly slept. Laughter and the sounds of music drifted up to the windows long after midnight. The queen watched the city from her balcony, Jon beside her, Lyanna safe in her arms. "You see it, don't you?" Jon whispered. "All we hoped for." Daenerys nodded, her eyes wet. "And more. I used to dream of dragons flying above a city in terror. Now I dream of her, running beneath their shadows with no fear at all." "They?" Jon kissed her temple, and for a moment they stood together in silence, holding the world they'd remade. As harvest ended, Daenerys met with every craftsman and builder who had helped reshape the city. They walked the new bridge, pausing to rest on the benches, marked with the sigil of the dragon and wolf entwined. Each mason, carpenter, and apprentice received a token, a copper coin with Lyanna's likeness, and a letter sealed with the queen's own hand, promising work and fair wages in the years to come. Sam's library grew by the day. He welcomed a cohort of young scribes, girls and boys, nobles' children and small folk, each eager to write the city's new story. They copied laws, tallied accounts, and kept histories in many tongues. Sam, forever gentle, oversaw the debates and offered lessons in the palace's quiet corners. "He may rule with sword or word," he told them, "but only a people's story lasts beyond any crown." Arya was gone for most of the summer, chasing rumors of unrest along the Dornish marches. She wrote sparingly, news of thieves taken alive, a plot unraveled, a ship set adrift before it could reach the city's shores. She returned one night unannounced, appearing in Daenerys Solar as the moon rose, cheeks sunburned and hair tangled. "Restless as ever," Daenerys said, drawing her friend close. Arya shrugged. "The peace holds, but there are always those who trade hope for power. I'll never stop watching." The queen's smile was sad and proud. nor would I wish you to. That autumn, the North sent word that a new harvest festival would honor both the old gods and the new, and that the wall was open to travelers and traders for the first time since the days of Brandon the Builder. Sansa invited Jon and Daenerys to send Lyanna when she was old enough, promising the child would always find kin in the snow. One evening, as the city's shadows lengthened, Daenerys sat with Tyrion by the library's open window. Tyrion sipped wine and looked out over the rooftops, listening to the city's music. "Have you ever feared it would slip away?" Daenerys asked quietly. "Every day," Tyrion said. "But it is the fear that keeps us honest. Peace is not a crown you wear once, it is a fire you tend, a meal you share, a wrong you forgive again and again." Daenerys nodded, letting the words settle. "We've changed the game, haven't we?" Tyrion grinned, his old slyness tempered with affection. "Yes. And we'll change it again every year that Lyanna grows, every time a baker opens a new shop or a sailor returns home safe." Yes, now. The seasons shifted, the leaves reddened and fell, and the city's work never truly ended. A fever swept through one district, and Daenerys spent a week at the healer's side. A merchant from the east tried to bribe a counselor, and Tyrion uncovered the scheme before harm was done. There were quarrels over river rights and the ever-present threat of winter hunger. But none of it dimmed the city's spirit. On the day the first snow fell, Daenerys watched Lyanna and a dozen children roll and shriek in the palace yard. The little princess darted between the legs of guards, clutched at Brienne's hand, and fell in a heap beside Ghost, who allowed himself to be buried in snow with patient dignity. Jon watched from the steps, arms folded, pride plain on his face. Daenerys joined him, and together they looked out at the children, their own and those of the city, carving angels and stars in the frost. "We built this," Jon said softly. Daenerys leaned into him, the warmth of his body warding off the cold. "We did. All of us." And so the days passed, each filled with work and play, sorrow and joy. The city endured, a tapestry of lives woven tightly together, each thread stronger for all it had weathered. The wheel did not turn as it once had. It spun now in a circle of seasons, each new year bringing challenges and gifts, each day an act of hope renewed. As Lyanna grew, she learned the names of every alley and tower, of every friend and foe made gentle by time. Her laughter echoed beneath the dragons carved on the palace walls and in the wolf-haunted woods of the north. The queen and king watched her, and knew that, whatever storms might one day come, they had given her, given them all, a world where peace was more than a promise. Above the city, beneath banners bright with dragon and wolf, Daenerys and Jon kept their watch. They were rulers not by fear or ancient right, but by daily grace and by the trust of a city reborn. And so the story endured, a tale retold by every voice and every hand, not the end of the great game, but its transformation. A world remade, step by step, into something worthy of those who would inherit it. Oh, K.A. The pale winter light fell across King's Landing with a hush that settled into every stone and alleyway. Smoke curled from the chimneys of rebuilt houses, drifted above the market squares where vendors sold roasted chestnuts, plump apples, and woolen mitts. The city's many bells sounded softer now, their tones not the shrill alarms of war, but the slow, steady heartbeat of a people at peace. From the high windows of the Red Keep, one could see the city unfurl like a tapestry. The White Sword Tower, the bustling fishmonger's row, the lines of children darting through the snow in pursuit of one another, their laughter rising in silvery threads above the rooftops. Lyanna Targaryen, barely 3, was queen of the palace's mornings. She was everywhere at once, chasing Ghost's tail through the sunlight in the Godswood, singing to herself atop the lion-shaped tiles of the Queen's Terrace, clutching the hands of kitchen maids and stable boys who would have stormed the city's walls at her command. Daenerys watched her daughter's joy with a heart caught between fierce pride and a gentler, unspoken longing. In Lyanna she saw 100 lost dreams reborn, childhood without fear, innocence unscarred by the world's darkness. Daenerys' rule had grown gentle, but not soft. The council met daily, its debates lively and sometimes sharp, but never cruel. Tyrion was everywhere, poring over new proposals for the city's aqueducts, arguing for more lanterns along the docks, arbitrating disputes over who had the right to plant beans on a stretch of garden reclaimed from rubble. Brienne presided over the guard, a living legend whose name now appeared in children's songs and old men's stories alike. Gendry had expanded the forges to supply not only the city, but half the crown lands. Sand scholars and healers filled the city's libraries and sick houses with the low murmur of learning and discovery. Jon rode out each week to the city's edges, sometimes vanishing for days to visit the holdfasts along the King's Road or the wild corners near the Blackwater. He returned with news of new wells, new settlements, small folk who wished only for peace, and warnings of distant unrest, a cattle raid near the Roserad, rumors of bandits driven south by snows in the Riverlands. But these were troubles that faded quickly, soothed by the city's steady hand, the council's open ear, the queen's patient gaze. Arya's visits had become a thread in the city's tapestry, always unexpected, always brief, always followed by whispers and the faint echo of laughter. She brought tales from the east and north, from the windswept coast of Bear Island to the docks of Tyrosh. Sometimes she arrived with a bruised cheek and a pouch of stolen coins for the city's orphanages. Sometimes she left behind only a note, tucked beneath Lyanna's pillow or tied to Ghost's collar. All is well. Keep watch. Sansa visited every spring, bringing with her the North's quiet strength and the scent of pine. She and Daenerys would spend long afternoons walking the ramparts, watching the city change with the seasons. Their conversations wandered from politics to poetry to the hopes they held for their daughters. Sansa's own girl, red-haired and stubborn, had already begun to write her own songs. In these years, King's Landing became a city of firsts. The first woman master at the docks, the first common-born child to sit the council as page, the first night in living memory when every home was warm and no child went to bed hungry. A guild of builders rose, apprenticing orphans and smallfolk. Tyrion established a law that guaranteed time off for holy days and festivals, earning him both curses and blessings from harried merchants. The city's new bridge, completed the autumn before, glimmered at sunset, its lamps mirrored in the water, a path not just for trade but for the countless small meetings that shaped the peace. Daenerys made a point to walk the city twice each week, Lyanna's small hand in hers, two guards trailing at a respectful distance. They wandered the bakeries and markets, the healers' tents and the forges. Lyanna would demand stories from the merchants, tales of ships from the Summer Isles, of dragons that danced in the sky, of the Wolf Queen of the North. Sometimes Daenerys would sit and listen, offering a silver piece or a word of thanks. But more often she simply watched, gathering every small kindness, every wish and complaint. The city will speak, if you let it, she told Sansa once. It knows what it needs before we do. Jon took to teaching in Sam's schools when he was able, telling stories of old wars, but more often of peace. How to judge a quarrel, how to stand for the frightened, how to be kind even when it was hard. The children loved him, especially when Lyanna raced in and demanded to be lifted high above the crowd, crowing her victory. There were shadows, of course. News from the east spoke of a new sellsword company gathering in the disputed lands. Pirates grew bolder along the narrow sea. Once, a fire broke out in the Street of Silk, and Daenerys rode in person with the city guard to see the flames put down, her presence turning panic to resolve. Arya returned at dusk with a bandaged hand and a grin. Found your arsonist, left him for the magistrate. The city survived, the burned brothels rebuilt, the girls rehoused, and their debts forgiven by royal decree. The council's work never ended. There were festivals to plan, new wells to dig, disputes over inheritance and trade, laws to refine and codify. Tyrion proposed a great fair to bring traders from across the narrow sea. Gendry argued for more apprenticeships for the city's youth. Brienne pressed for a second barracks to house the growing city watch. Each measure was debated and, more often than not, achieved. When the first green leaves appeared on the city's trees, Daenerys and Jon took Lyanna north to Winterfell. The roads were lined with wildflowers, and every holdfast greeted them as kin. Sansa met them at the gates with her children and a cohort of old friends. In the God's Wood, beneath the Heart Tree, the two queens sat together, Lyanna and Sansa's girl, chasing a white wolf pup through the moss. That night by firelight, Sansa raised a cup. To peace, hard won and dearly kept. May our daughters never know the hunger or fear we faced. Amen, murmured Jon. And Arya's rare smile flickered in the shadows. The return to King's Landing was marked by festivals, a welcome, a celebration, and a day of games in the palace gardens. The children chased painted eggs, Lyanna winning every race by sheer force of will. Daenerys watched her with pride and fear, knowing that peace was a gift they could only ever hold for a while, never possess outright. As summer came round again, the city's work resumed. The rebuilding of the old sept, the opening of a new grain market, the planning for more schools, the debates in council over the best way to house the poorest folk. Sam's scholars set about mapping every alley and court, hoping to bring light and order to every hidden corner. The queen still ruled with justice, but more than ever with listening. The king still fought for every right and every kindness, his hand steady on the city's helm. The city itself had become a council. 1,000 voices, 1,000 hands, the old game put to rest in favor of the slow, imperfect work of daily care. In the cool of an evening, Daenerys and Jon climbed the ramparts, Lyanna asleep in her arms, and looked down at the city. Their city, no longer a city of fire and fear, but of promise. "We will not be here forever," Daenerys said quietly. Jon touched her cheek. "No, .ie. But what we built will last," they wanted. "That's how." Daenerys smiled, tears bright in her eyes. "Let it be enough." And far below, the bells rang out. Not for war, not for mourning, but for the hour and the peace that endured. The wheel had turned, but gently now, and for a generation, at least, the city dreamed of nothing more than tomorrow. Da. The sun lifted, red and clear, over the rooftops of King's Landing. Morning's first warmth slid through the narrowest alleys, finding every battered stone and flowering balcony, igniting the new banners strung from the city gates. A dragon entwined with a wolf, crimson and white, symbols now as ordinary as the city's bread and bells. Peddlers moved through the gates with wares from as far as Lys and the Arbor, while children, bundles of books under their arms, rushed to Samwell's schools. The city was alive, not in the fevered way of siege or hunger, but in a quiet, durable rhythm. It had become, after years of hardship, the safest place in the world. Daenerys rose before the bells most mornings, her hair streaked with new silver, her cheeks sun-kissed from walks through the gardens. Lyanna clambered up beside her, nearly 4 now, and already taller than the seamstress's children, her hair a wild black mane, her eyes deep with curiosity. Ghost dozed at the hearth, older and slower, but still a presence in every room. Jon woke next, and the 3, queen, king, and daughter, began their day as any family might, with laughter, with spilled milk and torn bread, with stories and complaints, with kisses on noses and cheeks. After breakfast, Jon rode out with Gendry to the new settlement rising along the Blackwater, a cluster of timber houses and a chapel dedicated to no god in particular, but to hope itself. The city's population had grown as word of its peace spread. Former soldiers, farm girls, craftsmen from across the realm arrived each week. Jon walked among them, listening, advising, settling quarrels. He watched the laborers lift beams into place, children helping their mothers haul stones for new walls. When an old hedge knight petitioned for land, Jon heard his story and promised to plot, but required that he train the next generation to defend, not rule, their home. In the palace, Daenerys presided over a council of many voices. Tyrion and Sansa, Brienne and Sam, representatives of the guilds, foreign merchants, and local healers. The room bustled, maps of new roads and aqueducts, lists of apprentices for Sam's schools, petitions from the city's poorest quarters for more grain or new wells. Daenerys listened, her hands folded, Lyanna at her side with crayons and paper, drawing dragons with wings like storm clouds. Tyrion's jokes were gentler now, less a shield and more a bridge. Sansa offered sharp wisdom, careful to give credit to small folk and counselors alike. Brienne spoke only when needed, and all listened when she did. No one left these meetings unheard. Lyanna's world was as much the city as the palace. She dashed between the kitchens, where cooks gave her honeyed nuts, and the stables, where she learned the names of every foal and colt. She watched the market unfold, saw jugglers, heard songs, learned it to shout for her favorite baker's sweet buns. The city's children gathered around her like a pack, chasing her through gardens and past fountains, their games sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, always loud. Daenerys watched her daughter and saw the child's world was wide and safe. She heard the stories the children told, of Brienne's shining armor, of Tyrion's midnight ghost tales, of Arya's rare returns from the road. Arya was a shadow still, sometimes glimpsed atop the city walls or riding in from the east, her face wreathed with wind and her cloak thick with travel dust. She brought news of distant disputes, troubles among the Stormlords, a quarrel in the Free Cities, a ship from the Iron Islands turned back by Westerosi patrols. Arya never lingered but always left Lyanna some token, a carved bone wolf, a feather from a rare gull, a story for the nursery at night. The city's year spun through feast and market, planting and harvest. Sam's schools held reading competitions, and the queen herself gave the first prize, a set of books, ink and quill, and a badge of the city's new library. Sam's apprentices, boys and girls from every district, began copying histories of the realm, not just of kings and queens, but of fishermen, farmers, stonemasons, healers and soldiers who never saw battle. Gendry's smithies produced tools and locks and gates, but now also delicate works, jewelry, spinning tops, tiny clockwork birds for the children. Gendry was a fixture at council, his hands still calloused, his humor earthier than most, his ideas always rooted in what the city needed before what it dreamed. Brienne commanded the city guard, now numbering 1,000, half of them women, all of them trained to serve and defend, not rule. There were few crimes, but every wrong was answered with justice, and when possible, mercy. A boy caught stealing bread one morning was found later apprenticed to a baker, the city's new rule for minor crimes, redemption before punishment. Tyrion orchestrated the spring festival with his usual flair. The markets overflowed, the river gleamed with floating lanterns, minstrels and mummers performed in every square. Sansa's envoys brought northern cheeses, thick cloaks, and rare northern flowers. Dorne sent oranges and sweet wine. The Reach, carts piled with barley and apples. The Iron Islands, barrels of salted cod. At night, Daenerys, Jon, and Lyanna joined the crowds, their presence now common enough to cause no panic, but always welcomed with cheers. The people pressed forward, offering thanks, gifts, stories. Daenerys accepted them all, her smile softer with each year. In council, a new issue arose. The city's peace was drawing the notice of old enemies. Spies were caught at the docks, and a letter arrived from Myr, warning of a conspiracy to undermine the realm's stability. Daenerys did not panic. She dispatched Arya and the best of the city's envoys, sent Gendry to double the watch at the forges, asked Sam to check every record for discrepancies in trade. Tyrion worked quietly with the guilds to sniff out any discontent. Within a fortnight, the plot was uncovered, a simple scheme to bribe officials into raising tariffs and disrupting the grain trade. The conspirators were tried and banished, their goods seized and given to the city's orphanages. That summer, Daenerys and Jon traveled to Old Town for the opening of a new school and library, San's proudest achievement yet. They were received with a chorus of bells, their progress through the city slow as every merchant and apprentice came out to greet them. Lyanna rode on Jon's shoulders, scattering rose petals, laughing at the tall ships in the harbor. In the great hall of the citadel, Daenerys spoke of the world they hoped to leave behind. Not a kingdom of fear or fire, but a home of learning, healing, and justice. The gathered maesters, many of them now women or small folk, pledged support for Sam's work, and the new school's gates opened to all. On their return to King's Landing, the city held another festival, ostensibly for their return, but truly for itself, a celebration of all it had survived and built. Arya appeared at the head of a band of children dressed as knights, leading a parade that wound through every quarter. Lyanna and her friends watched wide-eyed from the palace wall, then rushed down to join the march. As the days shortened, the work of peace continued. The council debated opening a new port at Dragonstone, extending trade routes east. Sam argued for a university, Gendry for a second bridge. Brienne wanted a new hospital for the guards' children, and Sansa pressed for reforms in property law. Daenerys guided these discussions with patience, always asking, "Who will this help? What will it cost?" Lyanna often curled in her lap during these meetings, growing up among law and laughter. There were hardships, disease in one quarter, a late drought that threatened the harvest, an accident in the harbor that claimed 2 lives. Each time the city responded. Healers worked without rest, grain was shared, funds allocated, justice given swiftly and fairly. Daenerys spent long nights with the afflicted Jon beside her, Lyanna sleeping at her breast. Autumn brought its own gifts. The city's children filled the squares with lanterns and song. Daenerys and Jon walked the walls each night, looking down at the city, their people, their hope. "This is what I never dared dream," Daenerys whispered, leaning her head on Jon's shoulder. Lyanna pressed warm against her side. "Not thrones, not conquest. Only this." Jon pressed a kiss to her brow. "We did this. All of us." Beneath the banners, beneath the slow-turning wheel of the seasons, King's Landing endured. Its peace a daily labor, its joy a harvest grown from loss. And in the nursery, in the council chamber, in every market and alley, the story lived on. A story not of fire or swords, but of hands joined in hope. A promise remade each day by the dragon, the wolf, and the child who would one day inherit all they had built. K. Spring seeped in quietly, soaking the city's stones and courtyards with green. The river ran clear and quick, thick with merchant boats, the bridges crowded with wagons full of early produce, lettuce, peas, apples, baskets of sweet-scented herbs. After winter's hush, King's Landing stirred like a great animal waking from a long sleep. Its people eager, bright-eyed, hungry for sun and newness. Daenerys often walked the gardens in the pale dawn, Lyanna holding her hand, asking a dozen questions with every step. What birds nested in the yew? Why bees hid inside the pink flowers? If the sun was really a golden dragon breathing warmth over the world. Sometimes Jon joined them, letting Lyanna ride on his shoulders as they watched the city's rooftops glow, sharing quiet words about the day's business or just the ordinary joys, good bread, green grass, the laughter of their child. The council's work moved apace. Tyrion's city maps, meticulously updated, full of notes and odd jokes, hung in every council chamber, now marked with new wards. The Weavers' District, the Quays, the School of Healers, the Market Gardens, all drawn and named by the city's own children in a contest judged by Sam. Gendry's smithies hummed with orders for new plows and water pumps. His apprentices now numbering in the hundreds, boys and girls who would one day spread across the realm. Brienne managed the watch, which patrolled with a light touch. Firm but fair, always seen on the streets, lending a hand with fires or quarrels or children lost on festival days. Sansa's envoys brought news from the north. Peace, plenty, stubborn spring snows, and a few small disputes swiftly settled. Jon's days blurred with work and the happy exhaustion of parenthood. He oversaw the city's granaries and trade, rode out to inspect farms and help resolve disputes, listened to reports from every district. He met with Sam to discuss the city's new university. Open to all, free for the poor, a place for the study of history, healing, mathematics, and law. At night, he returned to Daenerys and Lyanna, happy for the simple quiet of home. Lyanna curled up between them with a favorite book, Daenerys' head resting against his chest. The windows open to the breeze. The realm, for all its calm, was not without challenge. Letters arrived from Old Town and the free cities, some friendly, some edged with envy or warning. A minor lord of the Reach pressed a claim against a Crownlands village. A fleet of ships from Lys sought to test the city's resolve on tariffs. Pirates tried twice to raid grain convoys, only to be chased off by the city's new fleet, crewed in part by former outlaws and fisherfolk. loyal to the peace they'd helped win. When trouble threatened, the council responded as one. Arya returned for a season, fresh from tracking bandits in the mountains, her stories as sharp as ever. She and Gendry patrolled the roads. Brienne doubled the watch on the gates. Sansa sent grain and wise counsel from Winterfell. Sam and his students offered careful words and honest records to resolve the village's quarrel. Daenerys herself met with the Lyseni merchants, turning their demands into promises of fair trade, and the city's peace held firm. The greatest challenge that spring was the sudden sickness that swept through the poorest wards, a cough that became fever, a fever that laid strong men low. Sam's healers worked day and night. Daenerys visited the sick, sitting at bedsides, listening, comforting, promising bread and warmth and care. Jon organized bucket lines and supplies, saw the grain stores opened, and ensured that no one went hungry, even as worry gnawed at his heart. Tyrion coordinated the city's response, keeping tempers cool and ensuring that news, good and bad, moved quickly. Gendry's forges built cots and tools for the sick houses. Brienne led the watch in daily rounds, making sure every street was seen and safe. Sansa sent northern herbs, and Arya, restless, tracked the source of the sickness to a tainted shipment of fish from a corrupt merchant who was quickly brought to justice. The city survived. As the fever broke and the days grew longer, King's Landing's spirit brightened again, not only grateful, but proud. The Festival of New Grain was the greatest in memory. Music in every square, banners hung from every window, the Queen and King and their daughter walking the markets with the people. No guards save Ghost at their side. Lyanna carried a basket of wildflowers, giving them to the oldest folk she saw. Her laughter as bright as the bells of the Great Sept. That summer, Daenerys and Jon traveled to the Reach, bringing Lyanna with them. The high fields shimmered with gold, orchards bent with fruit, and the lords of the south hosted feasts and tournaments, eager to show their loyalty to the realm's new peace. At a great banquet beneath the stars, Daenerys spoke not of power, but of the shared work that made all this possible, how the strength of many hands, the wisdom of many voices, had done what no conqueror's sword ever could. Jon honored the small folk, praising the farmers, builders, and healers. Lyanna charmed the company, her hands sticky with honey cakes, her eyes wide at the fireworks that painted dragons and wolves above the feast. When the royal family returned home, the city received them with flowers and lanterns. Arya, home for the end of summer, taught Lyanna to shoot a bow and climb a wall. Sansa stayed for a fortnight, planning for a new council chamber and the expansion of the city's market gardens. Tyrion and Sam oversaw the first class at the university, the halls crowded with students from every background, their questions and laughter echoing through the palace at night. As autumn crept in, a storm battered the coast, and the city's new fleet rode out the worst of it. Daenerys stood on the ramparts, Lyanna in her arms, watching the lightning dance above the Blackwater. "Storms will come and go," she told her daughter, "but what matters is how we stand together through them." Jon and Daenerys walked the city's walls often, sometimes in silence, sometimes sharing old fears and new hopes. "Do you think she'll remember any of this?" Jon wondered, watching Lyanna race ahead with her friends. Daenerys smiled, tucking her hand into his. "She'll remember she was loved. She'll remember laughter and kindness, and that her parents did all they could." That year, the city's work continued as always. There were new disputes, new plans, a proposal for windmills on the hills, a debate over the city's colors for the festival banners, a minor riot over a crooked dice game that ended with laughter and a new set of rules. But no crisis shook the city's core. The peace was not perfect, but it was real, and it held. As the last leaves fell and the first frost painted the rooftops, Daenerys and Jon sat with Lyanna in the warmth of their solar. They read stories from the books Sam's scribes had copied, told tales of the world before and the world to come. Outside, the city slept, its dreams gentle, its burdens shared. King's Landing, once a symbol of conquest and loss, had become something new. A city where rulers listened and learned, where justice grew from mercy, where even the smallest voices could shape the future. The dragon and the wolf watched over it, not as distant monarchs, but as parents, partners, and caretakers of a peace worth defending every single day. And Lyanna, curling close to her mother and father as the fire burned low, dreamed only of tomorrow, of green gardens, golden sunlight, and a world that belonged to all who dared to build it. I.K.L. With the year's first warm rain, the city came to life. Gardens erupted in a rush of daffodils and bluebells, their scent drifting in through open windows, mingling with the sharper tang of river and baked bread. The walls and towers glistened, washed clean of winter's dust. In the square of songs, old men played at chess while children splashed in puddles, their laughter carrying far up the hill to the Red Keep's open gates. There were days, Daenerys thought, when the world seemed new and untouched, when even the scars of old wars faded beneath sunlight and the promise of things to come. She spent her mornings with Lyanna, the two of them wandering the palace gardens or the city's twisting streets. At nearly 5, Lyanna was taller than most, wild-haired and fierce-eyed, bold as her namesake. She loved the river, would throw pebbles for ghosts to chase, and was forever befriending animals. Cats in the alleys, gulls on the rooftops, a half-blind donkey she named Valor that followed her on her rounds. Daenerys watched her daughter's energy with a mixture of pride and awe, recalling every cost paid for such freedom, every choice made so Lyanna could grow without fear. Jon's days were as full as ever, but with an ease to his step that had not always been there. He rode out most weeks with Gendry and Brienne, checking the new stone roads, visiting the settlements rising in the Crown lands, and along the Blackwater's southern bank. Sometimes Lyanna joined him, her questions endless. Why did farmers plant rye and not wheat in one field? What happened to the old oaks after a storm? Jon answered what he could, and listened when he could not, watching his daughter absorb the world as if every tree and stone were a lesson worth learning. In council, the work was constant, sometimes exhausting, but never thankless. Tyrion, older now, kept a page's chair beside his own for Lyanna, though she more often scribbled dragons or towers than listened to debates about trade or sewage. Sam presided over the university and its growing library, sending reports of new teachers from Old Town, students from the Summer Isles, and the first blind scholar ever appointed to a city council. Sansa's envoys came with northern goods, furs, timber, carved toys, always with letters full of wit and news from the far snows. Gendry's smithies had expanded to the Stormlands, supplying plows and water wheels, while Arya sent coins and messages from ever farther afield, her name now legend in the ports and crossroads of half the world. The city itself was more than it had ever been. The spring market filled the square below the palace with tents and laughter, the first new grapes arriving from the arbor, the first strawberries from fields outside Rosby. The bells of the sept rang not for war or mourning, but for weddings, births, the crowning of the city's youngest healer. Every morning, boys and girls in plain cloaks hurried to Sam's schools, their books tied with ribbon, their families proud. But it was not only joy that marked the city's days. That spring, a fire broke out in the Weaver's Quarter, spreading fast through close-packed timber houses. Brienne and her guard arrived before the flames could reach the market, forming bucket lines, carrying children from smoke-filled lofts, organizing healers at the edge of the square. Daenerys herself arrived before dawn, hair loose, dress damp from the rain, Lyanna at her side. Together, they comforted the frightened and praised the brave, Daenerys promising aid and new timber, Jon pledging fair wages for every family to rebuild. The fire's aftermath revealed not only damage, but also the city's strength. Gendry's apprentices worked day and night, forging hinges and nails. Sam's students set up a makeshift school in the market, so no child would miss a lesson. Sansa sent silver and tools from the north. Arya, when she heard, appeared with a wagon of rescued goods, and a story of 2 children she'd found wandering in the fields, now returned to their mother. The rebuilt quarter stood stronger than before, its streets named for the rivers and mountains of the realm, its doors painted bright red, blue, and green. Spring's festival came soon after, a week of dancing, banners, and feasts that drew every family high and low into the palace yards. Daenerys and Jon moved among the crowds without guards, Lyanna darting ahead with friends, a paper crown askew on her brow. Tyrion orchestrated a contest of riddles, Sam a pageant of stories, Sansa sent a choir of northern voices. Even the old widows of Flea Bottom, who remembered fire and famine, came to the feast in their best clothes, sharing tales of the days before the city's rebirth. There was council business as ever. A new watermill proposed for the river, a guild of scribes petitioning for city patronage, debate over the rights of river traders versus the city's new fleet. Jon listened more than he spoke. Daenerys judged with a steady hand, and Lyanna, perched in her chair, legs swinging, offered ideas that made the lords laugh, and the small folk nod with approval. The realm beyond the city's walls was steady, if not always quiet. Sansa wrote of a hard frost, a broken dam quickly mended, a new wildling village joining the North's feasts. Arya's rare letters warned of a brewing dispute between Volantis and Pentos, but no threat crept close enough to break the peace the city had made. Daenerys dispatched envoys, Jon sent riders, Brienne put the guard on gentle alert. The city was not blind, nor boastful. Its peace was lived every day, not taken for granted, always defended. As the summer came on, Daenerys and Jon took Lyanna south, visiting the vineyards and rivers of the Reach, the beaches of Dorne, the busy docks of Old Town. Everywhere, they were welcomed not as conquerors but as kin. Feasts in open fields, songs sung late into the night, children drawn to Lyanna's bright laughter, and the sight of Ghost trailing patiently in her wake. In Old Town, Sam unveiled a hall for the teaching of healing, the first to be named for a queen. Daenerys blessed the place with a prayer for wisdom and kindness, Jon with a promise that the realm would always value those who cared for the weak. Back in King's Landing, summer's first thunderstorm broke over the city with a fury that rattled windows and filled the wells to overflowing. Lyanna was frightened, but Daenerys gathered her close and told her stories of dragons who chased the storm away, Jon explaining the rain's gift to the fields and gardens. When the sun returned, the city gleamed, washed and new once more. As Lyanna's 5th birthday neared, Daenerys found herself awake long after the candles burned low, Jon beside her, both listening to their daughter's quiet breathing. "Do you think she'll remember this?" Daenerys whispered. Jon turned, his arm drawing her near. "She'll remember laughter, and kindness, and the safety we built for her. She'll remember love." The festival for Lyanna's birthday was small by royal standards, but perfect in the eyes of a child. There were sweetbreads and songs, a treasure hunt through the gardens, games with her friends and the children of the council's families. Ghost was crowned with a garland of daisies, and Lyanna danced barefoot on the grass until she collapsed, giggling, in her father's lap. Daenerys watched, her heart full, knowing that the world they had made, fragile, imperfect, ever in need of care, was more precious than any crown or kingdom. As the summer deepened, the city's work went on. The building, the teaching, the listening, the endless weaving of trust between rulers and rule. There were small crises, a dispute over fish rights, an injured workman at the docks, a sudden shortage of lamp oil. Each was met and managed by the council. The people, the wisdom and patience grown from years of peace. One evening, as dusk settled over the city, Daenerys and Jon climbed the walls, Lyanna on Jon's shoulders, her arms around his head, her gaze wide and bright as the lanterns flickered on below. "It's beautiful," Lyanna whispered. Jon smiled. "It's yours." Daenerys touched her daughter's hand, feeling the truth of it. The world remade, not by dragons or swords, but by the hope and labor of so many hands. And as the city dreamed on, Daenerys knew that what they had built was not an ending, but a beginning. A story that would endure long after her own footsteps faded, as bright and enduring as the sun rising over King's Landing again and again for generations yet to come. The heat of high summer hung golden and heavy over King's Landing, shimmering from rooftops, glazing the wide stones of the squares. Markets burst with a riot of color. Apricots, plums, sweet melons, and the first blush of wine grapes hauled in from the hills. Fountains gushed in every ward. Laughter echoed off balconies and courtyards, and in the gardens behind the Red Keep, roses unfurled beside wild mint and the pale stars of jasmine. At night, Cool breezes chased lantern light across the river, and the streets filled with music, the mingled pulse of a city alive and unafraid. Daenerys had never known a summer so vivid. She rose early, often before the city's bells, and let the first sun warm her face as she walked the ramparts. Lyanna, always awake, tumbled after her mother with a mop of black hair and skinned knees, begging for stories or a race down the dew-wet steps. At 5, she was already tall for her age, her eyes the blue-gray of a northern sky, her smile as wild as summer lightning. Ghost loped behind her, growing grizzled with age, but still the white shadow in every childhood game. Jon's mornings were spent among the new settlers outside the city, kneeling beside farmers in the fields, lending a hand with a stuck plow, or sharing advice on how to read the sky for rain. He was a familiar figure on the roads, sometimes muddy, sometimes sunburned, always greeted with warmth by those he passed. In the palace, he was quieter, a steady hand at counsel, sometimes slipping away with Daenerys and Lyanna for a few hours' peace in the shade of the willows, or sharing a loaf with the guards at the city gates. The council's work was constant. Tyrion presided with his usual wit, though the lines at his eyes had deepened, and his cup was rarely empty by the evening's end. Sansa, silver-haired now, came often from the north, bringing not just news but her own calm and unerring sense for what the city needed. Gendry's hands were never still, always sketching plans for new mills, bridges, or the bells that were now cast in his forges and hung in every district. Sam's university overflowed with students, some learning medicine, others reading ancient tongues, a few even studying the art of building and shipcraft. Brienne remained captain of the guard. The city was safer than any could remember, her watch known for fairness and compassion, as much as for skill at arms. Brienne herself was often seen in the markets, or playing at swords with Lyanna and her pack of friends, all of them proud to be taught by the greatest knight in the realm. Arya, when she returned, was a rumor before she was a presence. Stories of a ship from Bravos outracing pirates, of stolen grain recovered from smugglers, of a letter arriving with no sender, and only a knot of black thread as a seal. When she did appear, it was usually with the dusk, dirt on her boots, her eyes sharp with secrets. She never stayed long, but always found time for Lyanna, teaching her to read the wind, to spot a lie, to remember that even a world at peace was full of wonders and dangers both. This was the city Lyanna called home. She ran the streets without fear, slipping into the kitchens for sweets, sneaking to Sam's libraries to eavesdrop on lessons, riding out with her parents to the villages and small holds along the King's Road. She loved the noise and color, the scents of bread and summer fruit, the feel of the cobbles beneath her bare feet, the roar of the crowd on festival days. When she grew tired, she'd curl in Daenerys' lap or climb onto Jon's back, content as any wolf pup in its den. The summer's greatest work was the raising of a new bridge across the Blackwater. Gendry and Sam designed it together, an arch of white stone and iron wide enough for carts and market wagons, lined with lanterns and benches where musicians played in the evening. The bridge became a gathering place for lovers, traders, children, and old men with fishing rods. It was the pride of the city, each stone inscribed on the underside with the name of the mason or apprentice who set it. Lyanna, in her pride of place as the city's child, laid the last brick, her hands steady as the council, and half the city looked on. When the bridge opened, there was a festival. Drums, acrobats, banners strung from every parapet. Daenerys stood at the edge of the crowd, Jon at her side, both of them watching their daughter with quiet awe. Later, as the sun set and the city glowed with lanterns, Daenerys and Jon wandered the bridge hand in hand. Lyanna darted ahead with her friends, Ghost keeping pace, while the river reflected a sky painted in gold and violet. The queen's heart swelled, and she leaned into Jon, whispering, "We made this, all of us. It's more than I ever dreamed." Jon kissed her forehead, the gesture as natural as breath. "It's what you deserved from the first." Their peace was never taken for granted. There were hard years still, disputes to settle, harvests to save from blight or storm, the occasional shadow on the horizon. A sickness threatened the poorest quarter late that summer. But Sam's healers, Brienne's watch, and the city's own charity saw it contained. The sick tended, the well protected. Pirates harried the coast for a few weeks, but Arya and her allies dealt with the threat, and trade resumed. The council argued sometimes, tempers flared and cooled, but the habit of listening, of weighing all voices, high and low, remained the realm's most precious custom. Daenerys continued her walks through the city, often with Lyanna in tow. She greeted bakers and boatmen, stopped to listen to the worries of widows or the boasts of young apprentices. She heard of a weaver who'd invented a new kind of loom, of a teacher who'd helped a blind boy learn to read, of a baker whose bread fed half a district in lean months. She marked every name and deed in a ledger kept beside her bed, a chronicle of the peace she and Jon and all their friends had built. Tyrion's city festivals grew ever more elaborate, one week for song, another for games, a third for the telling of tales. He organized a competition for the best telling of the city's rebirth. A shy girl from the stews won with a story of a broken shoe, mended by a queen, and a loaf of bread, shared by a king. Sansa's counselors took note, and the next winter, every ward saw a new bakery and a cobbler's shop, built at the realm's expense. The city's faiths flourished side by side. The old gods had their small groves. The septs rang with hymns. A tiny temple to Aelor flickered on the east bank, and the city's gardens were dotted with shrines to the Mother, the Stranger, and the Seven. Daenerys herself sometimes attended prayers, sometimes merely listened, always showing respect. Lyanna once asked her, "Which gods are real?" Daenerys smiled and said, "All those that teach kindness." As the first leaves tinged with gold, the council met to plan for winter. Stores of grain and firewood, repairs to the city's walls, new cloaks for every child. Jon headed north to meet Sansa and inspect the winter roads. Daenerys remained, seeing to the last repairs, holding court in the square, Lyanna on her lap or at her feet, listening as small folk and lords brought grievances and gifts. That autumn, Arya returned with word of a distant rebellion in Essos. Nothing that threatened Westeros, but a reminder that peace was a flame that needed constant tending. She spent a night sharing secrets and laughter with Daenerys and Jon, teaching Lyanna the names of every star. Before she left, Arya said, "You built something real here. Don't ever let them tell you it was luck." On the eve of the first frost, Daenerys and Jon took Lyanna to the top of the city's highest tower. From there, King's Landing shimmered. Lights on the bridges and quays, the glow of hearths in every ward. The promise of another season survived, and another beginning soon to come. "Do you ever regret it?" Daenerys asked softly, eyes fixed on the city below. "Not for a moment," Jon answered. "This is what all the fighting was for." She rested her head on his shoulder, Lyanna asleep against her chest. The peace they had forged was not perfect. Nothing in life ever was. But it endured, strengthened with each kindness, every voice heard, every hand joined in the daily, stubborn work of hope. And as dawn touched the rooftops, painting the city gold, the bells of King's Landing rang out, calling not to arms, but to life, to love, to the world remade beneath the banners of the dragon and the wolf. Ika Munda. The autumn winds carried the scent of apple and hay through the winding streets of King's Landing, stirring fallen leaves in little golden eddies against the palace walls. The city moved in a gentle, purposeful rhythm. Merchants called from their stalls in the morning chill. Students hurried in cloaks toward Sam's libraries, and the low, steady clang of Gendry's forges marked the day as reliably as the bells of the Great Sept. Lanterns bobbed in every window as the evenings drew in, their warm glow a signal of peace to travelers and townsfolk alike. Daenerys was restless in this season, her heart attuned to every shift of wind and shadow. She was older now. There were threads of silver in her hair and faint lines at the corners of her eyes, but her presence was undiminished. She spent her mornings in council, her afternoons in the city. Lyanna, ever at her side, was more companion than child now, her quick wit and sharp gaze making her welcome among students, guards, and counselors. Sometimes Lyanna slipped away to the weaver's quarter where she helped choose the patterns for winter cloaks, or to the docks, where she was known to race the fisher boys for coins and cakes. Jon traveled the roads between the city and the northern fields, his cloak dusted with straw, his hands as often calloused as ink-stained. He listened to farmers and herdsmen, helped settle disputes with patient words, and returned each night with news for Daenerys of a clever crop rotation in the east, a flooded mill in the west, a dispute over fishing rights solved by the shared building of a new weir. He loved the work. The old burdens had eased. Every evening he shared the warmth of the family hearth, telling stories for Lyanna and reading the letters Sansa sent from Winterfell. News of wildling traders, of a new harvest festival, of Arias' latest journey beyond the narrow sea. The city's council was a thing transformed, no longer the tense, adversarial court of old but a body of working minds and open hearts. Tyrion still kept the chair of the hand, his voice drier and slower, but full of wisdom. Same scholars had seats among the lords, their opinions respected, sometimes even heated above the nobility. Brienne's watch met every crisis with readiness, but there were fewer each year. Disputes tended to fade in the face of a well-fed, well-housed people, their needs met not by decree, but by patient negotiation. Autumn's arrival brought work as well as pleasure. The new bridge over the Blackwater drew travelers and trade, its lanterns guiding ships home in fog and darkness. Gendry smiths prepared the city's tools for the coming winter, his apprentices now teaching in turn. The queen ordered extra grain set aside, remembering hard years past, and Sansa sent wagons of salted meat, honey, and woolen blankets from the north. The markets swelled with fruit, jars of preserves, wheels of cheese and spice cakes. Festivals filled the city in a riot of color. The Lantern Festival came first, lines of light weaving through every street, culminating in the palace gardens, where Lyanna led a parade of children with painted lanterns, each bearing the mark of their trade or house. Tyrion hosted a riddling contest in the Square of Songs, Sam a gathering of poets and storytellers. Brienne's watch organized games for the guard and children alike, foot races, feats of strength, games of chance. There was laughter, small mischiefs, a sense of belonging that wove itself through every cobble and corner. It was in these small joys that Daenerys found the meaning of her years. She and Jon would walk the city at dusk, sometimes alone, sometimes with Lyanna, stopping to greet an old friend or listen to a stranger's trouble. Daenerys remembered names and faces, the stories of bakers and watermen and healers. Her hand was steady in judgment, mercy when deserved, firmness when required. She no longer dreamed of thrones or dragons, but of the city's future, of Lyanna's place within it, and of the peace their lives had bought for so many. In council, the talk was of new matters. The expansion of the schools to the countryside, a proposal for a hospital by the river, a debate over whether the city's colors for the winter festival should be blue or red. Lyanna, attending more regularly, offered opinions with a seriousness that made the Lord smile, and Tyrion more than once recorded her vote in the minutes. The queen encouraged these small freedoms. "Let her learn here, where every voice is heard," Daenerys said to Jon as they watched their daughter debate with a merchant over the price of barley. "She will need this, more than a sword or a crown." Arya's letters, few but always urgent, spoke of the world beyond, the uneasy peace in the free cities, the birth of a new queen in Dorne, the slow gathering of ships along the stepstones. Arya herself came and went like the tide, sometimes gone for months, sometimes reappearing at the city gates with news or a hard-won smile, always finding her way to Lyanna's side for a ride through the woods or a lesson in climbing the city's ancient walls. One bright afternoon, a messenger arrived from the Riverlands, a plea for aid after a flood. Daenerys and Jon rode out with Brienne, Lyanna, and Arya. They brought tools, grain, and coin, but more than that, they brought the example of the city itself. Neighbor helping neighbor, all hands working until the damage was mended, every promise kept. When they returned, the people of King's Landing lined the roads, cheering for their queen, king, and the girl who might one day rule in their stead. That winter, snow dusted the city earlier than any could remember. The first flakes fell in silence, drifting across the palace rooftops, settling in Lyanna's hair as she spun in the courtyard, shrieking with joy. The markets bustled, lanterns glowing behind frost-filmed glass. Jon and Daenerys held open court, settling disputes over wood and food, praising the bakers who fed their neighbors, sending the watch to clear snow from every alley. Lyanna grew into her role with every season, helping at the schools, reading to the sick in the city's hospitals, learning to wield pen and sword with equal skill. The people saw her and remembered. This was not the world they had inherited, but the one they had chosen to build. At night, the city glowed. 1,000 points of light, each a home, a hope, a promise. Daenerys would stand at her window, Jon at her side, sometimes silent, sometimes talking of the years behind and those still to come. Lyanna would join them, sleepy-eyed, and together they would watch the world they'd made, the city at peace, the old game ended, and the new order born. As the bells of the great sept tolled midnight, Daenerys held Jon's hand and Lyanna's shoulder. "It was worth everything, wasn't it?" she asked softly. Jon kissed her hair, watching the city's lights shimmer. Every day, and more. And so King's Landing endured, its peace held not by sword or fear, but by the countless hands, hopes and hearts of those who called it home. The story alive in every alley, every book, every child's laughter, was no longer just the tale of a dragon and a wolf, but of a world remade, growing brighter and kinder with each passing year. Kindiji. Ha. The long winter melted slowly, each week coaxing King's Landing into new colors. First came crocuses along the riverbank, then the slender green fingers of willow and poplar, and at last the cloudbursts of cherry blossom that painted the palace gardens pink and white. Farmers from the outlying villages brought carts of cabbages and late apples, and the first strawberries appeared in market baskets. The city, always restless, seemed to hold its breath, sensing the world's turning. There was hunger for new beginnings everywhere, in the laughter of children darting through thawed alleys, in the renewed arguments of counselors who debated trade and festivals in equal measure, and in the quiet sense of pride that hung about the old men who remembered harder years. Daenerys felt this renewal keenly, as if the air itself bore a charge she'd not known in decades. Her hair was more silver now than gold, but her step was strong, her voice sure, and her face alive with laughter lines. She spent her mornings in the gardens, Lyanna beside her, now nearly 6 and quick as a swallow, asking endless questions about everything that grew. Ghost, ancient and white-muzzled, lay in the grass, while the queen and her daughter hunted for snails and secret violets. Sometimes, Sam's youngest students joined them, delighting Lyanna with stories of distant lands or helping her plant a tiny garden of her own beside the steps to the sept. Jon's days began at the break of dawn. He often rode out before sunrise, visiting the new farms in the Crownlands or checking the flood walls along the Blackwater. When he returned, the city's children would cluster around him, eager for news from the fields or a chance to pat his old gray horse. He led the city guard in their morning drills, now a tradition as much about keeping the peace as about building community. Brienne's watch was known for fairness, and for the way they could laugh even as they trained, teaching courage and kindness alongside skill at arms. In the palace, council business was always urgent but rarely grim. Tyrion's wit remained sharp, and his patience for bureaucracy had, if anything, grown over the years. He met bickering lords and overeager merchants with equal amusement. Sansa was often present, her hands busy with needlework as she listened, her advice prized by all. Gendry's apprentices kept up a racket in the forges below, and Sam's scholars met daily in the university's growing halls, their debates sometimes spilling into the palace itself as they sought the queen's judgment on some point of history or law. Lyanna, always restless, learned more from the city than she ever could from books alone. She'd become a fixture at the markets, running errands for the palace kitchens, listening to sailors spin tales of far-off storms and islands, learning to weigh bread, cheese, and fruit with a merchant's hand. When she joined the council, it was to listen at first, but soon enough she was bold enough to offer her own thoughts, on a new law for street vendors, on how to improve the water pumps in the poor wards, on whether the city's festival should end with lanterns on the river, or with a parade of every trade guild through the main square. The city's peace was an active thing, never static. That spring, a drought in the Dornish marches brought new refugees to the capital, and the council quickly opened up old storehouses and sent word to every district: no child, no stranger, would go hungry in King's Landing. Sansa's north sent grain and smoked fish, and Jon rode out to meet the first wagons at the Roserad, greeting each newcomer by name. Brienne's watch patrolled with gentle firmness, guiding the lost, breaking up the rare disputes, always ready to lend a hand where needed. Arya's rare visits brought news from farther afield: a rising prince in Bravos, a new alliance between Myre and Lys, pirates turned traitors in the Stepstones. She stayed only long enough to share a meal, leave a knife or story for Lyanna, and remind Daenerys and Jon that the world was still wide and wild, even as their corner of it prospered. With the return of summer, the city's work redoubled. The new grain market opened on the East Bank, with stalls for every kind of produce, fish, and cheese. Tyrion's plan for a festival of lanterns and riddles became reality. One night, when every home lit a candle, every child wore a paper crown, and the city's storytellers, singers, and bards performed in every square. Daenerys walked among her people, Lyanna on her hip, Jon at her side, the crowd pressing close but never threatening, every voice raised in greeting or song. Sam's University celebrated its 10th year with a great convocation. Scholars came from the north and the Reach, from Pentos and Volantis, from as far as the Summer Islands. The halls rang with debate, the libraries were thick with new books, and Lyanna herself recited a poem at the opening feast, her voice clear and sweet as a bell. Not by sword, not by fire, but by word and by heart, we build this world together and make a better start. It was in these moments, watching her daughter, seeing the city's children run and shout, hearing laughter where once there had only been weeping, that Daenerys understood fully what they had done. The great game was over, but the new game, the work of living together, of sharing power, of constant, honest striving, was never ending, and all the more precious for it. The city's challenges never vanished, but were met by habit and custom, by counsel and common sense. When an early storm toppled a granary wall, Jon led the rebuilding. When a fever swept the lower districts, Sam's healers and Brienne's watch saw to the sick, and Daenerys herself visited each sick house, soothing fears, carrying bowls of broth, and promising hope. When a new dispute broke out between rival boatmen, Gendry sat with them on the riverbank, hammer in hand, and worked out a contract that kept the peace. The rhythm of the year pulsed through every corner. Sansa arrived in high summer, her hair bound in a golden braid, her laughter a balm for Daenerys' tired heart. She and Jon walked the city at dawn, reminiscing about childhood and the world they had known before. Tyrion grew more reflective, his stories longer and more layered, his evenings spent on the palace balcony with a book and a cup. Lyanna sometimes curled beside him to listen. That summer's harvest was the richest yet. There was a feast on every block, bakers handing out sweet bread, musicians playing on corners, children lighting tiny lanterns that floated down the river. The festival parade was led by Lyanna and her friends, each carrying a banner for their school or craft. Daenerys and Jon walked behind, proud and awed, knowing that this was a world built not by kings and queens, but by 1,000 daily choices, each one tending the fragile garden of peace. In the evenings, the palace was quiet. Jon and Daenerys would sit on the ramparts, Lyanna asleep upstairs, the city a dark and shining ocean below them. Sometimes they spoke of what was lost, but more often they marveled at what had grown in its place. "It's more than I ever dared to hope," Daenerys said one night, her voice hushed with wonder. Jon squeezed her hand, his eyes on the distant lanterns. "It's what we fought for, and we fight for it still, every day." As autumn neared again, Daenerys stood in the palace gardens with Lyanna, watching the first leaves fall. "The world will change again," she said gently, "but what we have built here, no one can take that from us." Lyanna, wise beyond her years, nodded. "We just have to keep choosing it, all of us." And so the city's story went on. Not a tale of conquest or power, but of people learning, listening, and building. Of laughter and grief, and hope passed from hand to hand. King's Landing flourished, not as a monument to victory, but as a promise renewed each day beneath the banners of dragon and wolf. A promise to cherish peace, to share burdens, and to shape a future worthy of every child who might one day wake to sunlight on the stones, and know that this was home. Winter, when it came, arrived softly. Snow gathered first on the heights of the Red Keep, dusting its banners, settling along the lines of the rebuilt ramparts, and drifting down into the city's crooked lanes. The rooftops wore white caps, and the streets were swept clear each morning by children wielding brooms, almost as tall as themselves. In the palaces and taverns, fires burned bright. The air was thick with the scent of pine, roasted chestnuts, and the sweet tang of mulled cider. King's Landing was warm, even in the cold. Warm with memory, with laughter, with the bonds of peace that years had spun, as strong as steel. Daenerys greeted the season with an unshakable sense of gratitude. Her hair, long and silver now, shimmered in the hearthlight as she sat each morning at council, Lyanna curled at her side. The city's princess was nearly 7, a tangle of energy and sharp questions, her cheeks always pink from the cold, and her eyes alight with every new wonder. She was fearless, climbing icy steps to the rookery, sledding down the palace slopes with her friends, wandering the markets in search of stories and cakes. She was the daughter of peace, and everyone in the city knew her name. Jon had taken to wearing furs in the northern style, a habit that made him an object of good-natured jest at council. He still rode out each week, often to the outlying hamlets or along the Blackwater, making sure no one was forgotten when the weather closed roads or froze the river. His return was always cause for cheer, for he brought word of neighbors helping neighbors, of food shared, of disputes resolved by compromise, not swords. The city's guards, half women now, trained daily even in snow, their laughter as loud as their commands. Brienne led the watch through the depths of winter, her own armor dulled by frost, her eyes gentle beneath the sternness of command. She made sure every corner of the city was safe. Old folk found wood at their doors in the morning, orphans had mittens and boots, and no family went hungry. She and Gendry, now master of both forges and festivals, hosted feasts for the city's children. Simple meals, but no one ever left unsatisfied or alone. Sansa's letters came often, full of news from the north and gifts of fur, honey, and the hard dark bread of Winterfell. She visited with her youngest, a serious boy who took to the city's lessons with zeal, and sometimes joined Daenerys for long walks through the snowy gardens, their conversation a comfort to both. Sam's University had become the city's winter heart. The great hall was crowded from morning till midnight. Children with lessons, apprentices reading over ledgers, old men playing chess by the fire, healers mixing potions and debating cures for coughs and frostbite. Lyanna loved the place, slipping from class to class, listening to debates, offering up her own wild ideas on law, poetry, and city planning. Sam encouraged her, and Daenerys watched her daughter blossom in the company of so many minds, proud and hopeful for all that lay ahead. Tyrion, white-bearded and thinner now, presided at council with a rare mix of cheer and iron resolve. He had seen every trick the world could play, and had found, at last, contentment in the work of guiding a city that no longer ran on fear. He kept a close eye on trade and treasury, debated Gendry over the best use of new alloys, and reminded everyone, queen, king, or child, that wisdom could be found in laughter as often as in books. Arya's letters arrived with every northern wind, brief, sometimes cryptic, sometimes joyful, sometimes filled with news of unrest in distant lands. She always sent small gifts for Lyanna, a rare stone, a scrap of old map, a riddle to be solved. When she returned, as she did every winter, her presence lit the palace with stories and with laughter, her lessons in courage and independence always imparted with a wink and a smile. The year's first deep snow brought the city together. Sam's students, Brienne's watch, Tyrion's clerks, and Gendry's apprentices joined in clearing the market square, singing as they worked, racing each other to finish the last icy corner. Daenerys and Jon joined in, Lyanna at their side, and when the work was done the whole city feasted on stew and bread, cups of cider passed hand to hand, stories told in every tongue. Winter's cold could not break the habit of joy. Musicians played in every square. The Festival of Lights, born from Tyrion's love of riddles, filled the city with lanterns, blue and gold and red, each flame a promise that no darkness would last. Lyanna led the lantern parade, her friends following, their voices bright against the quiet night. Council, too, was a celebration of difference. Merchants from the free cities came to offer trade and marvel at the peace. The city's bakers petitioned for a new oven. The boatmen asked for a day of festival by the river. The healers proposed a new wing at the hospital. Every petition was heard, every voice respected, and when disputes arose, as they always did, Daenerys presided with gentle firmness, her judgments building trust with each passing season. The city's poorest wards, once neglected, now thrived. Gendry's forges provided work for all who sought it. Sam's schools reached every child. Brienne's watch protected the most vulnerable with pride. The tradition of care grew stronger each year, a lesson Lyanna absorbed as surely as she did her lessons in reading and history. When the river thawed at last and the city's bells rang for the coming of spring, Daenerys and Jon walked the ramparts, Lyanna skipping ahead, Ghost ambling at her heels. They looked out over the city, where every roof was mended, every window bright with hope. The peace they'd built had weathered another winter. The promise of renewal was everywhere. That night, Lyanna fell asleep with her parents beside her. The three of them curled together against the last cold wind. Daenerys whispered, "It is always worth it. Every day, every choice." Jon kissed her forehead. "And tomorrow, we begin again." Beneath the banners of dragon and wolf, the city dreamed on, held fast by the daily work of countless hands, by the laughter of children, by the wisdom of those who remembered what had been lost and what had been won. It was a peace not easily made, nor easily kept, but it was theirs, a story rewritten, a wheel broken not by fire, but by the gentle stubborn hope of those who chose love, and chose it again and again. And so the new spring began, and the story endured. Endless as the turning of the seasons, bright as the first sunrise on the city's red gold stones, a song sung not by heroes alone, but by all who called King's Landing home. And Lyanna awoke to sunlight streaming through the frosted glass, painting ripples of gold on the tapestries and the worn rushes of her bedchamber floor. The palace was hushed in the hour before breakfast, the thick walls holding the last traces of night's chill. She slipped from under the heavy quilt, toes curling on the cold stones, and peered out into the corridor. No nursemaids in sight. Ghost was waiting, lying with his great head on his paws, a little slower each year but still keen-eyed, and he rose to follow her as she padded softly down toward the kitchens. The Red Keep felt different in early spring. The courtyard smelled of earth and new growth, and the gardens outside the Queen's solar were already dotted with crocus and daffodil. Daenerys liked to walk here with her daughter before the day's work began. They met now in the pale sun. Daenerys, in a cloak the color of snowmelt, hair bound in a loose silver braid. Lyanna, with ink stains on her fingers and a mind already full of questions. They moved together in easy silence, Lyanna telling her mother of a dream, a ship made of glass, a wolf swimming the narrow sea, while Daenerys plucked dead heads from the roses and listened with half a smile. Jon met them by the low wall, overlooking the city, his hair silvering at the temples, the lines at his eyes deepened but kind. He handed Lyanna a folded letter sealed with Sansa's blue wax. "From Winterfell," he said. "They want to know if you'll visit when the first fawns are born." Lyanna grinned. "If Arya comes too." "We'll see," Daenerys said. She caught Jon's gaze, and for a moment their world was still, the city below, the bells ringing, the slow movement of the river through mist. After breakfast, the day quickened. The council assembled as it always did, in the long room, hung with woven banners and lined with high windows, sun splintering on the polished floor. Tyrion was already seated, spectacles perched on his nose, ledger in hand. Sam arrived with a sheaf of letters and reports from the university. Sansa's envoy, a shrewd woman from White Harbor, joined with news of the North's thaw and the first convoys of spring fish. Gendry brought plans for a new series of windmills to help mill grain and pump water for the city's gardens. Brienne sat quietly, watchful as always, her hand resting on the table beside a pile of petitions. Lyanna was permitted to attend, provided she kept her questions until the end. Today, she listened to talk of trade with the Stepstones, the progress of the new hospitals, the appointment of a dozen new healers and schoolmasters. She was distracted only once, when Arya's letter was read aloud, full of riddles and a sketch of a peculiar shield found in the markets of Volantis. Tyrion chuckled, shaking his head. Only Arya could send a question in place of an answer. The city itself was waking from winter. The first market fair was announced for the equinox, and already bakers argued over whose seed cakes would win the queen's favor. The ships at dock carried early oranges from Dorne and wool from the north. Musicians played in the squares, as soon as the sun climbed high enough to warm their fingers. Brienne's guard drilled in the open, letting children watch, and sometimes join the slow march or learn to hold a wooden sword. Lyanna loved these days best, afternoons when she could escape to the university, listening as Sam debated with healers, or slip out with her friends into the city, each corner still full of surprise. They found a litter of kittens behind the blacksmiths, delivered loaves to the oldest widow on the hill, and watched the boatmen haul up the first nets of silver fish. Every story became a lesson, every moment a chance to ask or offer help. Daenerys was everywhere. She walked through the poorest wards, remembering faces, speaking with builders, healers, mothers with babes. She offered thanks to every craftsman, praised the bakers, listened patiently to every small quarrel brought before her. In the evening she returned to the palace, tired but whole, her head full of ideas, and her heart full of the city's quiet persistence. The nights were still long and cold, but inside, there was music. The Festival of Lanterns came early that year, a riot of color across the city, with children's laughter echoing off the walls. Daenerys and Jon joined the crowds, Lyanna walking ahead with a lantern of her own making, painted with dragons, wolves, and stars. Sam recited a new poem. Gendry passed out slices of honey cake. Sansa's envoy taught the old northern songs. Even Arya's spirit was felt in the stories told, and the riddles left hanging in the air. Council never lacked for challenges. A baker's guild wanted lower taxes. The fishermen asked for new nets. A delegation from Old Town requested permission to found a temple to their gods. Daenerys presided, her patience deep as a well. She listened, weighed, and ruled, sometimes granting, sometimes denying, always explaining her reasoning so every petitioner left with understanding, if not always with what they wished. Jon continued to visit the city's edges, walking the newly paved roads, joining the guard for night rounds, breaking bread with farmers in distant hamlets. He spent long evenings with Brienne and Gendry, planning repairs to the city's walls, or with Sam, reading the latest histories copied in the university's scriptorium. Lyanna, growing ever bolder, asked to help plan the market fair. Daenerys agreed. With Tyrion's guidance, Lyanna met with bakers, gardeners, merchants, and musicians, learning how to balance needs and wishes, how to keep peace among rivals, how to give a voice to every hand in the city's work. The day of the fair dawned clear and bright. Stalls blossomed with flowers, fruit, cakes, new cloth, and painted toys. The square filled with song. Daenerys cut the first loaf and gave her blessing. Lyanna led the children's parade, her friends beside her, Ghost lumbering at her heels, the city alive and shining. That night, Daenerys and Jon stood on the palace balcony, Lyanna drowsing between them, watching the lanterns drift across the river and the fires burn low in every ward. The city had changed, not in a sudden rush, but by 1,000 quiet acts, the slow stubborn turning of kindness and wisdom and work. "I dreamed of thrones and dragons once," Daenerys whispered, stroking her daughter's hair. "But this is what endures." Jon pressed his lips to her temple. "This is what we fought for, and what we keep." Lyanna, eyes heavy, whispered, "Tell me a story, Mama." And so, beneath the old banners, as the bells tolled midnight, Daenerys began, of wolves and dragons, of brave friends and wise hearts, of a city remade by its people. A story that belonged not just to kings and queens, but to every hand, every heart, every child who would one day wake to find the world still whole, still new, still ours. King's Landing breathed in the new season, soft, strong, and full of hope, and the story, like spring, had only just begun. Gay. The new spring unfurled slowly, patient and radiant, across the city Daenerys and Jon had remade. The city's walls glimmered with dew at dawn, and every rooftop held its own small garden, green with peas and wild herbs, as if King's Landing itself had learned to breathe. The city's people had become gardeners of a sort, sweeping their stoops, patching cobbles, hanging banners, teaching their children the old songs and the new ideas. The bells that once tolled for war and famine now rang for the first births of lambs, the start of planting, the opening of schools and markets. The memory of fear was not forgotten, but it was something to be spoken of quietly, in gratitude for its absence. Lyanna moved among these awakenings with a restless joy. Now nearly 8, she had become both beloved and notorious in the streets, known to the teachers at every school, to the old fruit sellers who pressed her the first cherries of the season, to the guards who let her climb the city walls for the best view of the sunrise. Her friends spanned every quarter, and her laughter was as common as the bells. She organized races down the new bridge Gendry had built, led bands of children in processions for the spring festival, and once convinced the city's oldest cheesemaker to judge a contest of pies, made by children from the poorest wards, ensuring the winner's recipe was served in the palace kitchens for a week. Daenerys watched her daughter's boldness with a fierce pride, but also a quiet, growing awe. Lyanna did not carry the weight of prophecy, nor the ache of lost kin. She carried instead the ordinary burdens of friendship and curiosity, the legacy of a peace hard won and gently kept. Each day, Lyanna reminded her that love could be a greater destiny than any throne. Jon's days were still full. He met dawn with the city's riders, inspecting the walls and roads. He shared bread with the watch, answered questions at the university, sat for hours in council hearings with the patience only a Northman could summon. He had grown into a new kind of king, one as quick to smile as to command, comfortable in the quiet labor of making peace last. In the evenings, he would spar with Brienne or sit by the kitchen fire, telling stories to Lyanna and her friends, his own heart made lighter by their laughter. The city's council now numbered more voices than ever. Tyrion, older but sharp as frost, presided over meetings in which merchants and bakers sat beside knights and maesters. Sam's University was the city's intellectual heart, sending out healers, engineers, and teachers into every corner of the realm. Sansa's envoys, swift and shrewd, brought news from the north. A great gathering of clans at Winterfell, a new pact with the wildlings, Sansa's eldest son, beginning his lessons in Old Town. Gendry's forges hummed day and night, filling the city not just with tools and plows, but with delicate ironwork. New railings for bridges, lampposts for the squares, a clockwork bell for the council tower that marked each hour with a different song. The Festival of First Flowers had become the city's great spring ritual. The week before, Lyanna and her friends went from house to house collecting petals and ribbons. Daenerys and Jon rode at the head of the parade, Lyanna leading the children's choir, their voices echoing through the streets. Lanterns were strung from every eave. Bakers sold honey cakes and jam tarts. Tyrion judged the pie contest with great ceremony and more wit than was strictly necessary, while Sam and Sansa presided over a poetry reading in the gardens. At dusk, everyone gathered on the new bridge for a pageant, tales of the city's rebirth, of dragons and wolves, but most of all of people, old and young, high and low, who had built a better world not with fire, but with patience and trust. Even Arya returned, slipping into the crowd as dusk fell, hair wind-tangled, and eyes alight with mischief. She presented Lyanna with a battered compass, for your own adventures, and told her, never trust a map drawn by someone who never left their garden. The story she told at the pageant was the shortest and sharpest. Once, a girl ran from home. Now, she comes back to a city that is hers as much as anyone's. She left before dawn, as she always did, her absence a part of her love. After the festival, the city's work pressed on. Sam proposed the building of a great aqueduct to bring water from the hills, and the council spent a week debating its course. Brienne and her watch oversaw new drills for the guard, inviting city children to watch and even join in harmless games with wooden swords. Sansa's people advised on the storage of grain for lean years. Gendry set up a contest for apprentices to design a new market square. Tyrion mediated a dispute between two rival vintners by making them serve their wine to every council member, thus solving the issue, if not their headaches, by the following morning. Lyanna, emboldened by her festival triumph, started her own project, a network of reading circles for children in every ward. She convinced Sam to lend books, Tyrion to donate funds for candles, and Daenerys to grant a corner of the palace library for the city's poorest. Even Jon, skeptical at first, was soon seen reading stories to the children after his evening rounds, ghost napping at his feet. The city's children grew up not only safe but learned in the ways of justice and kindness, pride in their home instilled with every page. Yet life was never without its shadows. That spring, a fire broke out in the river gate, threatening the granaries. Brienne's watch and Gendry's apprentices led the bucket line, Daenerys and Jon arriving to organize the crowds. Lyanna herself ran water from the wells, her friends following. When the flames were doused, the city feasted in thanks, and the next day, carpenters and masons, paid from the Queen's own purse, began repairs. It became a story of the city's resilience, a lesson Lyanna would recount to visiting dignitaries for years to come. There were other threats too. Rumors of unrest in the east, a hard winter in the Riverlands, a dispute with traders from Lys. Arya's letters arrived by secret hand, warning and advising. Daenerys and Jon met each challenge not with force but with deliberation and care, strengthening trade ties, sending food and healers where needed, listening more than speaking. The council's debates were fierce but always ended in unity. Every voice counted, every worry addressed. As spring ripened, Daenerys and Jon often walked the city walls at sunset, Lyanna and her friends running ahead, their laughter echoing against the stones. The Queen watched the lanterns come alight in every window, the boats drifting home beneath the bridge, the banners stirring in the evening wind. She thought of all she had lost and gained, of thrones abandoned, dragons gone, friends dearly missed. She held Jon's hand, their fingers twined, and felt the simple, astonishing truth of what they had built. Not a dynasty, but a home. That night, as Lyanna fell asleep to the sound of the city's bells, Daenerys lingered by her window, watching the world she loved. She whispered a promise to the night, to her daughter, to the city, to the memory of every soul who had fought and hoped for a gentler world. We will keep this safe. We will keep choosing peace. And outside, beneath the soft hush of spring, the city listened, ready for whatever dawn might bring, its heart steady, its people united, the dream of peace alive with every breath. Yes. Summer's Edge found King's Landing gleaming and alive, its old stones reborn under an unclouded sky. The city's gardens spilled over with roses and wild herbs. Market stalls lined the squares with baskets of cherries and baskets of blue eggs, and in every alleyway children ran with hoops and kites, their laughter echoing against whitewashed walls. Ships from the north and from Lys and Volantis crowded the new docks, bearing grain, silk, honey, letters sealed with faraway crests. The city was as open as the day, an invitation to all, guarded not by spears, but by the good order of neighbors and the careful watch of the Queen and her kin. Lyanna, 8 and fleet-footed, moved among these rhythms with an energy that was legend already. Her days began before the bells, sometimes slipping out through the palace gardens before even Daenerys rose. She would run barefoot along the river, Ghost ambling beside her, or clamber to the top of the fish market stalls, calling news of the day to vendors still yawning over their baskets. In every corner she found friends, the washerwoman's son who raced her to the aqueduct, the elderly tailor who taught her knots and stories, Sam's smallest apprentice who always carried a book. On the first morning of summer, Lyanna led a procession from the palace to the market square, a festival she had planned herself, banners painted in the council's colors, children singing as they marched. Daenerys and Jon watched from the steps, smiling at the sight of their daughter draped in garlands, her hair escaping its ribbons, her eyes shining with delight at the city she knew better than any ruler before her. Tyrion, presiding as master of ceremonies, offered jokes and riddles, Gendry smiths staged contests of strength and skill. Brienne and her guards managed the crowd with an easy patience that had become their mark. As the day's festivities faded into evening, Daenerys found herself walking the city with Jon, arm in arm. They passed through the shadowed lanes of the old quarter, where lamps glowed softly at every window. People greeted them not as queen and king, but as neighbors. Daenerys was offered fruit, Jon was pressed to judge a bread-baking contest, and Lyanna, when she rejoined them, was called upon to settle a squabble among the boys who'd lost a kite to the wind. No guard trailed them, save Ghost and Brienne, and the peace was deeper for it. In the palace, council met more often now, with the city thriving and its needs multiplying. Sam's University sent forth new teachers each month, and the city's first generation of healers, raised and trained since the time of peace, had begun to spread into the countryside, bringing with them the city's customs, fairness, patience, the art of listening. Tyrion presided over each session, his wisdom as necessary as his humor. Gendry lobbied for better drains, Sansa's envoys pressed for trade pacts, and Brienne and Lyanna argued for more patrols at the river during the hot months, when children were drawn to the water and storms could turn the Blackwater wild. Debate was sometimes sharp but never cruel. There were disagreements, always, about tariffs on foreign cloth, about grain prices, about whether the city's banners should show a dragon, a wolf, or both. Lyanna had become an informal voice of the city's children and tradesfolk, respected by counselors twice her age. Daenerys listened carefully, ruling not with decree but with consensus, always asking, who will be helped? Who might we forget? In this, the old lessons of hardship remained. Sansa wrote often, sending news of harvest and new laws, of her son's coming of age and Arya's rare appearances at Winterfell's gate. She wrote of festivals and feasts, of wildlings come to trade, of quiet pride in the South's prosperity. Arya herself sent only riddles and gifts, a feather from a rare bird, a carved chessman, a length of foreign silk. When she did appear in the city, she was a rumor first, then a whirlwind, teaching Lyanna to throw a knife, vanishing for days, then returning to eat cakes and tell stories late into the night. Jon remained the city's calm center. He trained the watch, visited the fields and roads, listened to every complaint and joke in the markets. He was still the king who had given up the throne, now a shepherd in all but name, content in the honest work of holding peace. At night, he and Daenerys watched the city's lights from the tower, sometimes joined by Lyanna and her friends, listening to the world's music, bells, laughter, a lullaby drifting from a window. That summer brought challenges. A dry spell browned the grass, and the river ran low. Sam and Gendry worked together to engineer new pumps, while the council ordered water shared freely in every ward. When the price of fruit threatened to rise, Daenerys sent word to Sansa, and within a fortnight, wagons from the north arrived, loaded with apples and plums. A sickness spread among the old in one riverside district. Brienne's guard and the healers acted swiftly, isolating the sick and bringing food to their doors. The crisis passed, and the city learned. New wells were dug, new gardens planned. The city's summer festival crowned the season. The bridge was hung with lanterns, the squares thronged with players and storytellers. Lyanna led the children's parade, a pageant of every trade and every ward, her friends dressed as dragons, wolves, smiths, and healers. At the feast in the gardens, Daenerys gave her daughter a ring, engraved with the wolf and the dragon, the city's new sigil. Jon toasted the council, the watch, the healers, and every child who had ever drawn a picture of peace. In the weeks that followed, Lyanna took on more and more of the city's business, supervising repairs to a school roof, mediating a quarrel among fishmongers, suggesting a festival for the city's elders. Daenerys watched, at times wistful, at times radiant with pride. She saw the future, not as a throne to be guarded, but as a garden to be tended, and she was content to pass on her wisdom as she had learned to receive it, day by day, through listening, through patience, through love. Summer turned, as it always must. The leaves at the edge of the city began to gold, and ships from the free cities brought new tales, new goods, new questions for the council. Brienne's watch patrolled the lanes as the nights grew cooler, and Sam's students, now numbering in the hundreds, prepared to help with the harvest and the winter stores. Sansa sent word of snow in the north. Arya sent a lock of her own hair, as if to remind Lyanna that all wanderers return in their own time. Daenerys and Jon stood together one evening at the highest window, Lyanna beside them, watching the lights of the city flicker and the river shimmer under the new moon. "This is how the story goes on," Daenerys said softly. "Not with banners and battles, but with work. Yours, mine, hers, every day for as long as we're given." Jon nodded, his arm around them both. "And when the day is done, we rest. Tomorrow, we begin again." Lyanna listened, her eyes reflecting the lanterns, her heart full with the quiet certainty of home. And the city below, once broken, now whole, hummed on through the night, its peace strong as ever, a testament not to the end of strife, but to the beginning, always again, of hope. Autumn came down from the north like a gentle tide, brushing King's Landing with cool winds and scattering the last summer roses. The city's domes and spires gleamed after rain, every courtyard lush with ivy, every window bright with lanterns against the early dusk. Markets were full of late apples, salted fish, and fat pumpkins. In the palace, cooks experimented with saffron and honey, serving simple feasts to council and household alike. The air held the clean promise of change, something softer, older, more enduring than banners or thrones. Lyanna rose with the dawn, her 8th birthday past, but her wonder undimmed by time. She was tall now, straight-backed and bold-eyed, her hair untamable in any weather. She began her mornings in the stables, feeding apples to the old mares, and ended them curled by the hearth in Sam's library, reading tales of dragon lords and lost cities to a cluster of younger children. If a window was left open, Lyanna was often found on its sill, gazing down at the life of the city. Fishermen mending nets, bakers rolling dough, children practicing the drums for the Festival of Leaves. Daenerys watched her daughter's days unfold with a heart full of awe and humility. The city she and Jon had made seemed to live and breathe through Lyanna and her friends, through every student arguing in the market square, every woman weaving garlands in the temple yard, every old man teaching chess to the orphans by the gate. Daenerys' own work had changed. She was no longer the mother of dragons, breaker of chains, or even the queen in any sense that mattered to her heart. She was a steward, a listener, a keeper of the peace. Jon's touchstone was the land. He rode out with Gendry to oversee the finishing of the new aqueduct and the clearing of a storm-felled copse that threatened the grain fields east of the city. He spoke less than he once did, his leadership quiet, his presence a reassurance. Farmers brought him baskets of chestnuts, and children rode their ponies alongside him, learning the names of birds and trees. In council, Jon lent his strength to compromise, his patience to difficult cases. He was never hurried, never dismissive, and the city loved him for it. The council chamber was a patchwork of color and sound, the great table crowded with faces both old and new. Tyrion, still hand, was thinner, his voice sometimes weary, but his wit as quick as the autumn wind. Gendry's apprentices, now masters themselves, brought new designs for bridges and mills. Sansa's envoys came bearing gifts, wool, spiced wine, and a letter sealed with her new son's careful script. Sam's scholars debated law, healing, and the reach of knowledge. Brienne's watch filled every seat on the city's guard, her blue cloak a beacon of trust. Even Lyanna had her say, representing the city's youth, proposing a day when every child could shadow a grown worker, mason, baker, scribe, healer, and learn a skill for themselves. The city thrived on these exchanges. The old game of secrets and ambition had given way to something less dramatic but more sustaining, endless rounds of mediation, compromise, and consensus. A dispute over river rights was settled with a new system of water shares. When a roof collapsed in the tannery ward, Tyrion arranged repairs before the rains returned. Brienne's guard delivered food to the sick, escorted travelers from the free cities, and organized night watch parties that doubled as story hours for children. Festivals marked the turning of the year. The Leaf Festival brought processions through every quarter, Lyanna crowned in maple and oak, her friends bearing lanterns carved from gourds. Bakers handed out spiced bread and cider. Minstrels played in every square. That night, the palace opened its gates for the city's elders. Old rivals now friends, old wounds long since forgiven. Daenerys and Jon moved through the hall arm in arm, Lyanna darting between guests, sharing cakes and stories. Arya's letter arrived by Raven on the second day of festival. North winds, new snow, no dragons in sight, but I saw a white wolf near the shivering sea. I'll be home by first frost. Lyanna read it aloud, her voice ringing with pride and longing. Even in absence, Arya was a star in the city's sky. Sands University celebrated its 12th year with a week of lectures and debates. Lyanna attended each one, surprising her elders with sharp questions and a fierce defense of the city's reading circles. Sam named her the city's youngest librarian, giving her a key she wore on a chain. That evening, Daenerys found her curled in a window alcove, showing a group of new students how to find the best stories in the stacks. Sansa's visit from the north was cause for another celebration. She arrived with her son and a party of knights, bringing news of peaceful harvests, a new school at White Harbor, and the continued integration of wildlings into northern villages. Daenerys and Sansa spent hours walking the gardens, talking of old griefs and new joys, of their children and the strange luck that had brought them peace. Brienne's watch faced a new test late that autumn. A sudden fire in the baker's quarter, started by a tumbled lantern. Brienne herself led the effort, her guards forming bucket lines, Lyanna and her friends organizing the children to carry water and care for the frightened. Jon and Gendry arrived in time to direct the demolition of a burning roof, and Daenerys opened the palace kitchens to feed the displaced. By dawn the fire was out, the damage limited, and the city had another tale to add to its growing history of resilience. The days grew short, the river ran slow, and in every home, people prepared for the cold, preserving apples, mending cloaks, telling stories by the fire. Lyanna became a fixture in every corner of the city, helping with repairs, reading aloud at the orphanage, practicing swordplay with Brienne, planning a winter market with Tyrion and Sam. She was not a princess of legend, but a daughter of the city, her feet bare on the stones, her laughter ringing through the markets. On the first night of frost, Daenerys and Jon climbed the tower with Lyanna, their breath clouding in the dark, the city's lights a scattered constellation below. They watched the lanterns flicker in every window, listened to the faint music of lutes and bells, and spoke of years past and years still to come. "We have given her a home," Daenerys said, drawing Lyanna close. "A city that listens, that is enough." Jon wrapped his cloak around them both. "And every year, we build it again. With her, with all of them." Lyanna leaned her head on her mother's shoulder, smiling into the dark. "Tomorrow, I'll show you the new lanterns in the market. And I'll bake you a pie," Jon promised, laughter soft in his voice. They stood together in the quiet, the city at peace, the old wheel gone, the future open as the dawn. King's Landing slept beneath its frost, dreaming not of dragons or battles, but of bread and books, and the gentle steady work of hope, a story always turning, always new, kept safe by the hands that built it, day by golden day. Way. Shay. By the end of autumn, the city glowed with a contentment as gentle as the lanterns flickering on every stoop. Rain swept the dust from the stones and set the gardens shimmering, the gold of fallen leaves crowding the palace courtyards and curling in the corners of every square. Night's chill crept in, but inside King's Landing was warmer than it had ever been. Laughter in the bakeries, songs in the inns, the crackle of new fires on every hearth. Across the city, preparations for the winter festival pressed on, a tapestry of craft and care, woven by every hand, high and low. Lyanna's days became a whirl of new duties and familiar joys. The city seemed to open for her as she grew. Doors left ajar for a glimpse of the kitchens, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke, drawing her to the palace ovens where cooks pressed steaming buns into her hands. The university's old gate, where Sam himself left secret notes for her among the ledger books. She oversaw the market boys as they strung lanterns from every arch. She met with Brienne and Gendry in the forge, learning how to polish steel and repair the delicate metalwork of the city's new bells. Each evening she hurried home, cheeks flushed, hair wind-tossed, eager to share some small story with her parents. An old man's trick for mending boots, a riddle from a sailor newly arrived from Lys, a new way of waving pine into wreaths for the winter feast. Daenerys watched her daughter's growing confidence with pride and a faint, sweet ache. She saw Lyanna not only as her own child, but as a child of the city itself, a bridge between palace and market, festival and council, hope and memory. Daenerys herself spent the afternoons meeting with those who came to the palace. Farmers bringing in the last apples, musicians hoping for a place at the festival, mothers seeking work, healers reporting on the sick. She listened, always before deciding, her rulings gentle but never soft. She was known now less as queen and more as the city's heart, a title given by the market women and children, not by any crown. Jon's days, as the season waned, were filled with a different kind of labor. He saw to the repair of the granaries and stables, helped clear mud from the western gate, and joined the city guard in late rounds along the riverside. He found quiet satisfaction in these tasks, preferring them to ceremony, content to lead by example. In the evenings, he sat with Daenerys and Lyanna in the warm pool of candlelight, listening to Lyanna's chatter, sharing memories of winter in the north, stories of silent snows, long nights broken by laughter, the stubborn endurance of hope. Tyrion, now slow to rise and quick to jest, took particular joy in the festival's planning. He invented new games, wrote riddles for the city's children, and even composed a song to be performed by the Bakers' Guild. Gendry and his smiths crafted a series of iron lanterns to light the festival square, while Brienne drilled the youngest watchmen and women in the art of the parade, their banners bright with the wolf and the dragon entwined. Sansa arrived before the first frost, her carriage heavy with wool, honey, and news from the north. She brought her children, Lyanna's cousins, who soon scattered through the city with Lyanna and her friends, making fast alliances and rivalries that played out in the alleyways and in the palace halls. Sansa and Daenerys spent long hours together, walking the city gardens, musing over the future of their children, the ways in which peace could be made not merely to endure, but to grow. Arya's arrival was, as always, unexpected. She came on foot, in a simple cloak, her hair chopped short, bearing a satchel of gifts and rumors, tokens from far ports, a strip of silk from Yeti, a tale of a prince's coronation in Bravos. She told Lyanna stories of cities Lyanna had never seen, and taught her new knots, new riddles, new ways to spot a lie. At night, Arya sat at the kitchen table with Jon and Daenerys, laughing over old memories, silent when talk turned to ghosts and goodbyes. The winter festival began on the eve of the solstice. The city gathered in the market square, lanterns bobbing, banners waving, the air scented with spice and smoke. Lyanna led the children's procession, her hair crowned with pine and holly, her friends bearing torches and garlands. The baker's song, Tyrion's joke, echoed over the rooftops, and every home opened its door to neighbors and strangers alike. At the palace, Daenerys welcomed them all, nobles and tradesmen, healers and scholars, soldiers and children. There was music and feasting, riddles and games. Gendry's lanterns glowed from every corner. Brienne's watch escorted the city's oldest and youngest to places of honor, and Sam read aloud the story of King's Landing's rebirth. Sansa's children and Lyanna performed a play of the city's history, not battles and crowns, but the building of bridges, the healing of the sick, the planting of gardens, and the sharing of bread. The festival lasted 3 days. On the final night, the council met in the palace gardens beneath the cold stars. Each member spoke of what the year had brought, the losses, the victories, the lessons learned. Tyrion toasted the city's children, Gendry praised the builders. Sansa spoke of hope, Arya of courage, Brienne of duty, Sam of wisdom. Jon and Daenerys together thanked the city not for its loyalty, but for its trust, for choosing, year after year, to build rather than break. After the feast, as the crowd drifted away and the city settled into quiet, Lyanna lingered in the gardens with her parents and Arya Dayne. They walked the winding paths, their breath fogging in the cold, listening to the hush that follows joy. "The festival is theirs now," Daenerys said softly, watching Lyanna and her cousins chase the last lantern's light. "The city belongs to them, as it never did to us." Jon smiled, the lines at his eyes deepening with peace. "We were only ever its stewards. That's enough." Lyanna caught their hands, pulling them toward the shadowed archway where the palace met the night. "Come see the lanterns on the river," she begged, and together they watched as hundreds of tiny lights bobbed and glimmered. The wishes of 1,000 souls drifting out into the darkness, the promise of warmth to return. King's Landing slept beneath its winter sky, but in every heart, the fire of belonging burned steady and strong. The city's story moved forward, written now by many hands, cherished in the laughter and work and care of those who called it home. In the quiet that followed the festival, as the first snow fell at last, Daenerys and Jon stood side by side with Lyanna between them, knowing with certainty that their gift to the world would endure, patient as seasons, bright as hope, and as lasting as love itself. Now. By the new year, King's Landing was veiled in frost, the rooftops furred with white, the harbor rimmed with a glassy lace of ice. The bells rang softer in the cold, each chime carrying farther through the silent air. Yet the city's spirit never slept. Smoke curled from every chimney. Markets bustled with the trade of winter stores, and laughter rolled in warm pockets from street corner games and fireside tales. The city's heart, once battered by years of struggle, beat now with a calm, persistent joy. Inside the Red Keep, the old stones glowed with candlelight and fire. Daenerys moved with easy purpose from room to room, her presence now as much comfort as command. She had changed. Age brought a new patience, a kind of luminous stillness. She listened longer at council, read more each night by lamplight, and spent her mornings with Lyanna and the city's children, inviting them to the palace kitchens for lessons in bread baking or embroidery, in the old stories and the new songs. Lyanna, on the cusp of her 9th year, moved through winter as if she were born to it. Her hair grew longer, but her wildness was undimmed. She organized sled races on the palace slopes, played at night and counselor with the baker's sons and Brienne's youngest squires, and insisted on caring for Ghost, now nearly blind, but always at her side. She visited Sam's library most afternoons, learning the histories of lands she had not yet seen, or reading aloud to the orphans who crowded close in the warmth. Jon rose early every day, sharing black bread and salted pork with the city watch before their rounds. He joined Brienne's drills when the dawn was clear, his movements slower than in his youth, but still sure. Then he rode with the guard, or visited the smithies, sometimes alone, sometimes with Gendry or Arya. When she was in the city, always listening to grievances, resolving disputes, and ensuring the city's stores and wells remained full. The city's routines had become a festival in themselves. Each district staged its own winter games, ice skating near the river, snowball battles in the squares, the rolling of great snow boulders down the slope of the old sept. At night, the palace filled with music and quiet revels. The great hall hung with pine boughs, the windows fogged with warmth. Sansa's children visited often, and the palace echoed with the running and laughter of cousins and friends. Every voice welcome, every quarrel met with patient care. Tyrion's role was smaller, but his influence steady. He spent long hours writing new riddles, judging poetry competitions, or overseeing the city's ledgers with Sam's clerks. He was called upon for difficult cases, where his humor and wisdom often solved what tempers could not. In the evenings, he presided at the hearth, wine in hand, spinning tales of the city's earliest festivals and the mischief of its founders. Brienne's guard, by now famous throughout Westeros for its discipline and fairness, rotated their posts so that every watch had its night of celebration. Gendry smiths and masons worked tirelessly to repair the winter's damage, always innovating, designing better locks, safer bridges, clever new stoves for the poorest homes. The city's poorest ward saw Brienne's blue cloak and Gendry's hammer as much as they did the Queen's silver braid, and in their presence, fear had vanished. The university grew each season. Sam's students, drawn from every house and corner of the realm, debated everything from crop rotation to philosophy. The healer's hall was never empty, and the library's warm stone halls rang with laughter and learning. Lyanna, now called Little Mistress by the youngest, had become a fixture, quick with encouragement, ready to lead a song or share her favorite stories. Arya came and went with the winds. She arrived in the heart of winter, her hair snow-flecked, her satchel full of strange sweets and sharper news. She brought Lyanna a knife from the summer isles, and Daenerys a scrap of silk, from a merchant who remembered your dragons. She stayed a fortnight teaching the city's children how to track prints in snow and how to read the weather from the shape of the clouds. Arya lingered by the fire with Jon, silent sometimes, but always quick to laugh, her presence a balm even in its brevity. The winter festival reached its peak in a blaze of color and sound. The council, now as large as any small folk gathering, opened the feast with games and riddles. The bakers paraded their pies, the children staged plays, including Lyanna's spirited performance as the Queen of Lanterns, and the city's singers led a chorus that wound through the palace and down into the markets, every lantern lit, every bell rung. Daenerys and Jon sat together, Lyanna in their midst, watching as the people they had once fought so hard to save now celebrated with a unity deeper than any victory. In the nights that followed, Lyanna, tired from the day's adventures, curled in her bed by the fire, her dreams as bright and busy as her waking life. Daenerys would sometimes linger in the doorway, listening to her daughter's soft breath, reflecting on the arc of her own journey, the fires and losses, the pride and pain, and now, at last, the deep, undramatic joy of having built a world where a child could sleep in peace. Jon, joining her at the window, watched the snow fall on the sleeping city. "Do you think she'll keep all this safe when we're gone?" he asked quietly. Daenerys slipped her hand into his. "She won't be alone. She has all of them. The city, the friends, the stories. The world isn't perfect, Jon, but it's better." He nodded, resting his cheek against her hair. "And we did that, all of us." In the days after, the city moved as one. Students and scholars planning the spring classes, masons and guards sharing stew at midday, Lyanna and her friends shoveling paths for the elderly, the healers overseeing births and small fevers with a calm born of practice and purpose. Even in the smallest struggles, mended roofs, lost mittens found, a squabble over library seats, there was a gentle order to it all, the habit of choosing peace. When the first thaws loosened the ice along the river, Daenerys and Jon stood with Lyanna at the harbor's edge. Boats nudged their way through the broken floes. Merchants called news of new trade, and children skipped stones, their laughter ringing clear. Daenerys watched her daughter's face, so bright, so alive, and felt not regret, but gratitude, for all the years that had led to this moment, for the city that lived and changed and healed with each new season. The bells tolled midday, and Lyanna grabbed her parents' hands, dragging them home for hot tea and new stories. Behind them, the city thrummed, warmed by memory, united by care, turning always forward, holding the promise of spring within its heart. And so the story endured, written anew each day by every hand, by bakers and builders, healers and scribes, by those who led and those who dreamed, by the girl who ran through the city's endless festivals, by the queen who learned to listen, by the king who found peace, not in battle, but in belonging. King's Landing remained, winter and summer, a place remade not by fire, but by the quiet work of love. Tire. B. Day. Diwar. Ao. Gia. Spring arrived quietly, first as a shimmer of green in the palace gardens, then as a sweet wet wind rolling in from the sea, carrying with it the scent of plum blossoms and the hope of new beginnings. King's Landing, for all its stone and old scars, seemed to rouse itself from the cold with a long, satisfied sigh. Ivy unfurled from the city walls, purple crocuses scattered beneath the Red Keep's windows, and merchants dusted off their stalls for the season's first festival. Lyanna was the city's restless spark, leaping from one fresh marvel to the next. At 9 she was all energy and curiosity, bounding out of bed at the first golden streak of dawn, dragging a half-awake ghost through puddles and gardens, calling her friends from every quarter for mischief or some new game. She led the city's children in scavenger hunts across the market, made herself apprenticed to half the city's craftsmen. Today a dyer's helper, tomorrow a baker's girl, forever the queen's daughter and the watch's favorite trickster. Daenerys watched her with equal parts pride and wonder, her heart filled by the ease with which Lyanna crossed every boundary, highborn and low, scholar and smith, child and elder. In Lyanna's laughter, Daenerys saw the city's future, open, sturdy, alive. She herself had changed too. Her hair was white now, her movements slower, but her mind sharper than ever. She had grown into her place as the city's matriarch, not distant, but woven into the daily life, known in every ward, trusted in every dispute. Jon had become the city's guardian in a subtler way, leaving most of the council's business to Daenerys and the younger generation, spending his days among the people. He oversaw the repairs of the river quays, helped plant trees in the market squares, sat quietly with farmers to plan the spring's first planting. He was never idle, but his joy was found in simple tasks. Clean hands, honest talk, children chasing dogs in the rain. The council, for its part, had settled into a familiar cadence. Tyrion, older and sometimes gruff, opened every meeting with a joke or a warning about the folly of pride. Gendry's hair was streaked with iron gray, but his voice never wavered as he argued for new workshops or the city's water mills. Brienne's watch was now a tradition, its captains, many of them women, many once small folk, training with discipline and gentleness alike. Sam's university had spilled out into a second campus, now drawing students from across the realm. Sansa's envoys were regular guests at the palace, always with news of the north and gifts for Lyanna. A carved wolf, a bolt of snowy silk, a letter written in her cousin's childish hand. That spring, the city's greatest excitement was the plan for a new bridge at the southern bend of the Blackwater. A project led by Gendry's apprentices, designed by a girl barely 16. Daenerys made a point to visit the building site each week, Lyanna and her friends racing ahead to see who could scale the unfinished arches. The workers welcomed the queen with cheers, then pressed Lyanna to help with mortar or run errands for the foreman. When the cornerstone was set, Daenerys placed her hand on it, then let Lyanna make the first mark. A tiny sigil of dragon and wolf entwined. As the city stirred, so did the realm beyond. Arya sent a letter from the narrow sea, promising a summer visit and a tale to shame the old sailors. Sansa wrote of a rich thaw in the north, of wildling traders camped by Winterfell, of the first crocus pushing through snow. The Riverlands asked for healers and engineers to help with a new flood wall. Sam's best students rode out under the city's banners, eager and nervous. Brienne's captains helped oversee the building of a new road to Duskendale, while Tyrion negotiated for a shipment of spices from Dorne and rare glass from Myr. The city was not without its shadows. A string of late frosts threatened the early plantings. A fire in the Ropuak district left families homeless until the council opened the palace's storerooms. Illness struck the western ward, and the healers, now led by a council of Sam students, worked day and night to halt its spread. Lyanna insisted on helping, delivering soup, fetching water, reading stories to the sick. Daenerys allowed it, her trust in her daughter's strength never far from her worry. When the danger passed, the city marked its survival with a festival. Tables laid in every square, music rising from every alley, Lyanna and her friends crowned with garlands, Daenerys offering prayers for the lost and thanks for the saved. The festival of first fruits crowned the spring. Lyanna helped organize a children's parade from the city gates to the palace gardens, every participant wearing a ribbon for their ward. She rode at the front, Ghost lumbering at her side, her smile wide as the river. The city's children handed baskets of cherries and pears to Daenerys and Jon, who sat together beneath the blossoming trees, the old wounds of the past now gentle and far away. Jon, his beard streaked with white, stood and addressed the crowd. This peace was made by you, by the hands that built these streets, by every neighbor who fed a friend, by every child who shared a story or a loaf. May we never forget how easily it can be lost, and how precious it is to win. Daenerys spoke softly, her eyes shining. I once believed power was forged in fire and blood. But this, she gestured to the city, to the children, to Lyanna, is a power greater than any throne. The power to heal, to forgive, to build. The summer days passed in work and delight. Lyanna spent her mornings in Sam's libraries, her afternoons in the gardens or among the builders, her evenings at the palace hearth, listening to tales from the days of dragons and the years of peace. Daenerys met daily with council and commoners, solving problems, hearing complaints, judging disputes with a fairness that had become her hallmark. Dawn walked the city's edges, planting willows by the river, helping children rescue ducklings from the reeds, sharing stories and laughter with every stranger. Arya arrived on a blustery day, dusty and triumphant, with a ship's model and a letter from a brave sea merchant. She sparred with Brienne, drank wine with Gendry, and told Lyanna of strange islands, singing whales, and a girl who once rode wolves across the snow. She left as suddenly as she had come, her goodbye a whispered promise. "I'll return. I always do." Tyrion's festival of riddles filled the city with laughter. Brienne organized games for the Watch and children. Sansa's envoys judged the city's best pie. The new bridge opened with a great parade, Lyanna leading the first crossing, children tossing flowers into the black water, banners waving high above the crowds. That night Daenerys and Jon watched the lanterns floating downriver, Lyanna asleep between them, the city aglow with hope and memory. In the cool hush before sleep, Daenerys traced a finger along Lyanna's brow and whispered a prayer, not for crowns or conquest, but for the quiet strength to carry this peace through another year, another storm, another turning of the wheel. And the city breathed with her, all its voices and hearts and hands woven into one story, bright and enduring as the dawn.